Good morning, all of you. I take this opportunity to welcome you all, even as our dear moderators take their seats. Thank you so much for making time and attending to this debate. We do not take it for granted as Mombasa Law Society. I want us all to settle, then I'll call Council Member Winnie Julu to open with a word of prayer.
Good morning, everyone. Kindly let us settle. As we settle, let us find peace. And pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Almighty Father, we thank you for this miracle. We thank you for the gathering of your people this morning. We lift your name, Father, and we invite your presence to this hall. And as the candidates come here to talk to us and speak to us about your spirit and what they intend to do for your people, my Father, may you be here, may you be present. Give us your peace, give us your ease. We invite you to lead us with wisdom, lead us with wisdom, lead us with peace. And may this process be as successful as you intended to. We pray all this, believing and trusting in our Father, in unity of the Holy Spirit, and in the name of Jesus Christ. All glory and honor is yours, Almighty Father, forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Chilo. I take this opportunity to welcome Ms. Natasha Ali, Chairperson, Mombasa Law Society, to give her opening remarks.
Good morning. Oh, sorry, that was loud. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for coming out today for this debate. I see we have a few senior advocates present. I'd like to recognize them. I recognize the LSK National Council members who are here with us, Mombasa Law Society Council members as well, and members of MLS and of LSK. As Ngure said, we did not take this for granted. We know you had other duties and responsibilities that you had to leave to be present with us here today. So we thank you. I would like to also thank our candidates, and we have our JSC representatives candidates on stage. We have our president, Eric Thori, we have Omwanza Ombati, and we have Professor Michael Wabwile. We also have present with us the candidates for President of Law Society of Kenya. That is, in no particular order, please. Carolyn Kamende, Faith Odhiambo, Harriet Njoki, Peter Wanyama, and Bernard Kipkoech. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our moderators. They have worked tirelessly to make sure that this event is a success. Sitting right in the front, we have Dr. Mercy Deche. Wave to the, yeah, thank you. We also have Benjamin Joroge. We have Letitia Mwavisha. And we have Okoko Njeka. And finally, we have Evelyn Odongo. Can we give them a round of applause, please? They've worked tirelessly for this. I would also like to ask us to recognize the work put in by the council members. Makofi kidogo tafadhali. Thank you. We look forward to having a fruitful debate. I know it's been a marathon of... Okay, hopefully we're not going to have any other malfunctions. So I know we've had 2 days of LSK debates already, and I know they've been live on air, but But I feel today's is a little different because it's coming from your members. And so the questions are obviously a lot more different, and we will be engaging obviously on a completely different level. But we do appreciate you taking the time to come up for this debate. Karibuni sana, and let's see what our candidates have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. I think without much ado, I'll give our moderators to lay the ground rules and to take us through now the debate. Eva Odongo, I think you'll do it from there. So over to you, dear moderators. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair and Vice, and MLS for giving us this opportunity to serve the Council and the membership at large. As moderators, we would like to say that we are honored to be among our colleagues and peers whom we respect and we expect a lot from. And we do expect a lot from each one of you, both the candidates and the members in the gallery. And just to set the tone, we would like to go through some of the basic ground rules, avoidance of doubt. We have gone through the ground rules with the candidates in detail, and they are comfortable with it. So for the benefit of the members in the plenary, we would like to just go through them once more in summary. Letitia.
Thank you. Yeah. I'll take you through the debate format. The questions we asked are varying from practice matters, members' welfare, we have proposed legal sectors, and then we have any other topical. Both candidates to begin. We're going to start with the JSC debate. We have 3 candidates with us. The debate format is you're going to start with your opening speech, that is your introduction remarks. You're each going to be given 3 minutes to cover all that. Once you're done with the last person to address, you've been given your numbers, so you're going to begin with the first one, the second one, then the third one. Once that session is done, we move on to the moderator session. Each candidate is going to be asked a question. You're going to be given 2 minutes to respond. So strictly manage your time very well. We have a timekeeper who's going to manage that time and remind you once time is almost done. Then once we're done with the moderator session, we go to the crossfire. Each candidate will be given an opportunity to ask the other 2 candidates a question. Then each candidate will be given a 2-minute window to respond to the question that has been asked to them during the crossfire period. Then once the crossfire is done, we open it to the gallery. 3 questions are going to be asked, the same. We're going to give each candidate 2 minutes to respond, strictly adhere to the timelines. Then once we're done with the gallery session, we're now going to your final remarks. Here you'll be expected to sum up the debate. The time is 2 minutes. So I hope that we are clear on that. The gallery also expected to manage your time well when it comes to your time to ask questions. Thank you, and I wish you all the best.
With regards to the general rules, no candidate can comment on the motivation of an opponent. A person's motivation is inherently unknowable to anyone but themselves. Comments should be limited to what the other person has said or done. Let the public draw its own conclusions. No candidate can present an opponent's comments or actions out of context. Any presentation of an opponent's statements or actions must agree with what a reasonable person with access to all information would consider accurate. A candidate must actually believe any estimates or any statement that they make. In presenting actual numbers, the source must be identified. If the accuracy of those numbers is under serious dispute, that must be stated. In general, the same rules as for estimates should be followed. In presenting an opponent's position, the best possible interpretation of that position must be given, even if the candidate disagrees with that interpretation. Last, no candidate can present speculation as fact, and no candidate can directly contradict an opponent without supporting evidence.
Okay, so thank you. We'll go right into the debate. Before we walked into the hall, we had asked the candidates to take up ballot, and they have picked ballots that will determine the order in which they will be standing and presenting their opening statements. So I invite the candidates to please take their place on the podium for us to begin with the first question. The first candidate, your time. Your time begins now.
Thank you, moderators and colleagues, for joining us in this inaugural series of debates that has been organized by the Mombasa Law Society. And I also want to thank the Mombasa Law Society for the accommodation that they gave me the last time we suffered a personal tragedy that made it a bit difficult for me to join in the last planned debate. My name is Eric Theory. I'm an advocate of now going 19 years into practice. I run a law firm in Upper Hill area where I am the managing partner. I have been in active practice from the date of my admission, specializing or handling cases in civil, commercial, constitutional, and employment and labor relations court, although nowadays I tend to specialize more in corporate commercial work. I seek to serve you as your representative in the Judicial Service Commission. I've had the honor and extreme privilege of serving you or serving the membership of the Law Society as the chair of Nairobi branch. I have served in the National Council prior to that, and have also and continue to serve you as president of the Law Society. In my service to members, I have been distinguished in terms of the places that I have served. When I was the chair of Nairobi branch, I got in during the COVID period, and we were able to respond to the challenges that were facing the members at that particular time. I do remember at one time the term of the BPRT members ended. We spoke with the minister then, and we got appointments, and we got 5 appointments of sub-chairs, because the problem then was that the panel cannot sit without a chair. So we got 5 chairs who were appointed. Of course, that process was challenged, but we joined in the litigation as Nairobi branch, and we got a stay that enabled practitioners to continue earning and attending to matters at the BPRT. As president, I got in at a time when the Law Society was at its lowest ebb, and we were able to rise it up. So I have been a leader in terms of crisis, and at the Judicial Service Commission, we are also facing a challenge, and I am the leader to address that challenge. Thank you very much.
Good morning, members. Sulbakheri. Assalamu alaikum. Asante sana. My name is Omwanza Ombati, and it's a pleasure to come back to Mombasa. Believe it or not, I was born in this city, but I ended up growing up in the village by historical accident. I am a colleague. I have been with you for the last 20 years in the practice of law. I started as a young man at the Law Society as a program officer. Then I did a bit of research as a researcher at the Ndungu Commission, and then I proceeded to the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, and thereafter set up my law practice, which I've been doing so for the last 20 years. I am firm and resolute, and I remember in 2008 when I appeared before, together with Professor Githu Muigai, he described me as somebody who has grit and the tenacity of a Rottweiler. So when I bite, I do not let go, and that is my character. I have also mentored young people, about 50 of them since I started practicing in terms of pupillage, and I'm glad that one of them practices in this town. That is Honorable John Bwire, who's also a member of Taveta constituency, and also I have other colleagues who've also passed through my hands who are colleagues. No, you give more time to the president. So I think, thank you very much. I wish to present you as a member of the Judicial Service Commission, and I shall be able to demonstrate that I present a compelling case in my candidature. And there's the old saying that says that an old broom might claim that it can sweep all corners, but it is only a new broom that sweeps it clean. Thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning again. All right, my name is Michael Wabwile. I'm an advocate at the High Court of Kenya. I was called to the bar on 20th February 1997, just almost 27 years ago. I ran a law firm, Wabwile and Company Advocates, in Nakuru, where I'm the lead consultant. I'm also a professor and the founding dean of the Faculty of Law at Egerton University, a position I've held for the past 8 years since 1st of April when I arrived to start the law school. Prior to that, I've held the position of lecturer and professor at Moi University for 18 years, where I had the privilege to train and mentor more than 15,000 university students, some of whom are now leading advocates and professionals in various fields of law, education, business, arts, and other disciplines. And if I may digress, it's my honor and privilege to confirm that the colleagues who are offering themselves to serve in this role are my former students, and I wish to claim credit. I wish to claim some credit for just how good we can be when involved in training the next generation of leaders. I've also served in this country in various public positions. I am a board member of the Kenya School of Law. I've held that position for 7 years. I represent law professors on the board. I have extensive training and board experience in executive leadership, policy formulation, oversight, and generally high-level leadership. Presently, I serve you as one of the 4 upcountry representatives on the Council of the Law Society, where I also chair the Audit and Risk Committee of the Council, and I also chair the editorial committee. I'm your humble editor-in-chief of the Law Society Journal, which, as you know, we delivered in record time 3 volumes, including the backlog of 2021 in only 2 years, in less than 2 years. Finally, I come to you seeking your endorsement and election. I have a valid agenda.
Thank you very much.
And I'm the vessel that will carry your agenda to the JSC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that we maintain clarity and communication throughout the rest of this debate, I will request the gallery not to clap so that we can move on to the questions and manage our time better. Allow that time for your candidates to express themselves further. So we'll move on to the moderator's questions, starting with Benja.
Thank you very much. My question we'll start with the good professor, then we go to Mr. Omwanza, and then we end with President Leuri. And the question is on the JSC position that you're seeking. And it's a fact that the JSC as presently constituted has been there for a while. You are not going to reinvent the wheel. We've actually had Commissioner Ahab Ben Nasir, whom we call the Grand Mullah, and then came in Professor Ojenda, and by the time he left, we now call him Delaru. Then we have Commissioner Mashari Anjero, and we have named him the Silver Fox. So I don't know what name we'll give you by the time you're exiting. But just let us know, from these three gentlemen who have represented us before, what difference should we expect from you? And by this difference, in terms of representation, we are asking you to give us your report form for the first term, the first 90 days. What should we expect from you? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senior. I must say that the previous commissioners have done an excellent job for the Law Society and for Kenyans in the roles that they were entrusted to serve. What I would like to say is that the current or outgoing commissioner, in my view, set a precedent because he was the first commissioner candidate to make various commitments about the minimum standard of conduct for his office. He issued to us an affidavit in which he indicated that during his term, he would not practice before any tribunal or court of law, and he also committed to serve just one term. That was a bit extraordinary and groundbreaking because then we can now see that we are interpreting the Constitution in another way because the Constitution and the regulations do not expressly deal with those questions. But it means he has been at a point of constitutional practice where he interprets his position and sets a precedent for future conduct. So I've learned quite a lot, and even me, you have seen, I've reduced my manifesto into 2 affidavits, which are sworn, commissioned, and filed with the Law Society, and also the head office of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. I think that is where we should be going. There should be clarity as to what kind of commissioner we expect you to be. I will probably improve on that by making this office more accessible. There will be monthly meetings with members. There will also be, I've also committed to serve one term. I will not practice before any courts when I'm in the commission. It is something we have learned from, and I want to keep the tradition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So to Mr. Omwanza Ombati, the question we have had, these 3 eminent gentlemen, they have served. Mr. Njero is about to depart. When you set position, what will you do differently for the first 90 days? What will we see after 90 days?
Thank you. I do not know why we do not also look at the lady commissioners, because I always say, and not because she's in the panel, that Dr. Deche is my gold standard on what a commissioner is all about. And that is a commissioner who's accessible, who's able to deal with the bottlenecks that deal with the practice of law on a day-to-day basis. So in terms of the male commissioners, obviously they've had their time, and I'm sure the Law Society members are able to judge them on their own accord and promises. But as an individual, what I would like to do differently is that, one, for those issues that I do not need to reinvent the wheel, like in terms of being accessible, being in touch with membership and things like that, I would take the mantle of Dr. Deche. In terms of how I deal with the issues of membership, my proposal is to deal with bottlenecks that impede the practice of law from practitioners on a day-to-day basis, and have a communication channel with membership and also the leadership of the entire bar, from the branches, the chapters, to the national stage. Secondly, it's about representation. You are known as the male representative. I think that is the underlying word. I would be a good representative. I'd be available. I give a fresh face. I would be able to negotiate for the Law Society on the table. For the first 90 days, obviously the commission has its own agenda, but I would like to immediately start learning about the issues that I need to be abreast of, so that I'm up to date, and also be a representative that is always available. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Eric Theuri, let us hear the report card that you should be giving us on your 90th day. What difference would you bring to the position?
All right, thank you for that question. There are 3 or 4 things which I would hope that we'll look at after 90 days. One is mechanisms for enhanced member participation and stakeholder forums, which we can set up with the branch leadership and the national office. The JSC Act also has a review, has a process for a pre-vetting, has a provision that allows pre-vetting of candidates for judges and judicial officers. So I'll also work with the leadership of the Law Society to establish that, so that we can pre-vet members before even appointments are made, and also during the process of appointment. I would also look at how we can work with other fellow commissioners to develop an anonymous reporting system to make it easier to address challenges without the fear of retribution. I'll also work hand in hand with the other commissioners to enhance the rollout of e-filing, the enhanced use of technology, ensure that we have automation and digitization. And this is something which can achieve, because when we got into office in March, by November, December, we had already established, worked with the judiciary to establish the JAM system and the complementary mechanism on the other side of the Law Society, so that we can get our practicing certificates within time. So when it comes to enhanced use of technology, digitization, I am your man for the job. I will also work with the fellow commissioners to ensure that we establish a budget line for pro bono work. The reason why we do not get periodic and consistent payment on pro bono is because we do not have a budget for provision of pro bono services, and that is something that I'm going to work with the other commissioners to ensure that we establish. So I've also spoken about automation of registry services. It complements the use of e-filing, so we need to have post-judgment operations also operationalized, automated, which will, in a sense, reduce corruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'll pick up from Mr. Theuri, then we can go to Mr. Mwanza, then we'll finish with you, Prof. Just to pick up from where you've said you're going to work with the commissioners to at least achieve what you've placed in your manifesto. What soft skills do you possess that will assist you in navigating through the boardroom dynamics of JSC?
The ultimate board consummate in terms, if you look at the Law Society from 2014, each and every of those councils have had infighting within the board. We have fought, but we have managed to maintain our statures. We have managed to maintain the aspect of collective responsibility. So I respect people's opinions. I am strategic in terms of how we move and advance and consolidate the various interests that are in the board. I am sober, I am firm, I am respectful, and I believe that those skills will make it easy. You know, like the easygoing guy in any conversation, I'm easy to relate to. I can mix with the young, with the old. I can mix with the serious and the not so serious. And so I cut across every divide, and I'm able to engage in intellectual discussions. I'm able to engage, in petty banter without taking anything personal. And so if you look at that, again, just looking at the campaign, a lot of things have been said about me, very negative things, but I've never responded to any of them. So it tells you that I have a thick skin, I understand, and I focus, and I'm able to tell what is important and what needs not to be considered. And so therefore, when it comes to managing of the board, I have the skills which are demonstrated, and there is no doubt that I would be able to work with the other team to create collegiality and be able to move the agenda that I seek to serve at the Judicial Service Commission.
Thank you. Mr. Mwanza, to echo your introductory statement, you stated, when I bite, I do not let go. What soft skills, to the same question, do you possess, having in mind, if selected, you'll be the newest member of the commissioner? What soft skills do you possess that will assist you in navigating through the boardroom dynamics of JSC?
Thank you. I am friendly. I'm amiable. I also possess emotional intelligence, fairly experienced in life. I sit in a board at Highway Secondary School in Nairobi with more than 11 board members, whereby it's a public school, and I also sit in the disciplinary committee of that school, whereby I handle difficult issues about young people, and I'm able to also interact with their parents, and because of that, I've developed a fairly good sense on how to interact with sensitive issues and also be firm in terms of discipline. I also would work with consensus, because the commission largely works with building of consensus. However, when there is a need for a vote, I will represent and I will vote based on my conscience, and I'll be impartial, and I will exercise good judgment. I think I possess that, and that is good enough to represent you at the Judicial Service Commission, and also to be, generally a good human being that relates well with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Prof? The same question. You're going there to represent members. What soft skills do you possess to navigate through the boardroom decision making while at the GSM, if elected?
Yeah, thank you. Probably one of the best ways to answer that is to reflect on my training and experience, including my work experience. As I've told you in my opening remarks, I have 7 years experience as a board member at Kenya School of Law. I've benefited from many opportunities for training at local and international level on board dynamics, executive leadership, and just how to get corporate business done. As you know, I also hold a high-level position at the university as a founding dean and professor, so I've engaged in very many board meetings and those kind of situations. One of the best ways to understand this is to appreciate that conflict and disagreement in the boardroom are very normal things. So to get to a yes, I have a sense of understanding why people are disagreeing, break down their respective interests, and then agree on the common interests of the commission, so that we have a corporate responsibility as a team to lead Kenyans, to deliver to Kenyans the judiciary they need, the judiciary that works. So another thing is I do have experience in board work, and the best way forward is to make sure that the issues I articulate in the commission are issues of national strategic interest, not necessarily partisan sectoral issues. Because now when you have a sectoral issue, then you create a lot of division in the board or in the council, in the commission. But when you frame your agenda in a way that appeals to a broad section of the commissioners, they will see this is a commissioner who is going to lead us to adopt legacy setting resolutions and policy reviews. So the agenda itself, when you read my agenda 1, is broad-based and acceptable across the board. Thank you.
In my question, I will first start with you, Prof, then Mr. Mwanza, then conclude with Eric. And my question is this. In the course of this campaign period, you've heavily relied and kept in touch with young advocates. And the young advocates have many concerns, in particular being shrinking practice space, perception that judiciary is taking away their work through establishment of Huduma Judiciary at the Huduma Center, and the shortfall of judges and magistrates in terms of number. And my question will be, how, when you're elected, how do you intend to keep in touch with your constituency and maintain sensitivity to their concerns when elected? Or will we have a situation where we are called petty?
Yes, I want to confirm that I've been holding weekly webinars on a link that I share every week with all advocates, including young advocates. And they talk to me about what they want from me when they take me to the JSC. I've said in my manifesto statement, affidavit number 2, that I'll continue with these forums. The last Thursday of every month, we'll be holding forums to hear members' concerns, to discuss the state of the judiciary this month, and set the focus for next month. And you have seen that I commit to address and attend to members' issues as they arise. So there is already a structured engagement. I'm doing the webinars every week. They are already used to coming to my meetings. Even before we do any further structures, there's already a de facto meeting. But they have also told me what they want from the commission when they take me to the commission. They have told me they want access to employment in the commission. But in my view, that is not even the immediate concern. One of the immediate concerns is probably to review the JSC training policy so as to provide for a program for pre-service training for advocates who are desiring to pursue a career in the judiciary. So I told them, yes, you want employment in the judiciary, but in my term, within the first 12 months, I'll introduce a program for training the future talent for judicial officers, so that we improve their employability and preparedness for working in the judiciary. That is something which is not there, and as a scholar, I'm well known in the field of higher education. I have designed postgraduate curricula, I've looked after postgraduate students, so I know about this. So there will be a lot of continuing engagement on our monthly forums. Then they will give me the next agenda number 3 on our monthly meetings. Thank you.
Yes, over to you, Mr. Mwanza. How will you maintain sensitivity to the concerns of the young advocates?
Thank you. Those were 2 questions. The first was on the Huduma Center issue. And just to highlight that the president here sits at the National Council on Administration of Justice by virtue of Section 34 of the Judicial Service Act. And he should answer the reason why we have Huduma kiosks that have been introduced as legal, in legal business. That's an important issue about practice of law. And we've raised it and will continue raising it as a matter of interest to the members. Number 2 is that I will honor the voices of the young people as their representative, as I've always done in interacting with them and in mentoring them. And they raise genuine concerns about representation and about bottlenecks that impede their practice. I'll address that through an open communication channel with them. Number 3 is that I would continue attending meetings by the Law Society, whether it's the AGM, the SGM, or whatever forum. And I'll always be open to the members across all the chapters, the branches, and the national level to continue engaging, because as a representative, I think that is what is important. You need to have the pulse of the profession every day. So in terms of shortfall of judges and magistrates, that's an issue about funding, and probably it's to push for Parliament and the National Treasury to address it through the budget, and also the needs, through needs assessment at the Judicial Service Commission. So in summary, I will continue to engage. I've always engaged as a mentor, and I look forward to being a visible and accountable representative to you all. Thank you.
Mr. President, continue.
Thank you. I understood the question to be how we will maintain communication with young lawyers, although there was reference to Huduma Center. But let me just say this. I was elected as president in March 2022. The decision at NCAJ was made in July 2021. During my term as president, the issue of the Huduma centers has never come up for discussion at NCAJ, and so I was not aware, because I was not sitting in the NCAJ when this decision was made. But there are 2 or 3 things which I intend to do, though I had to take a minute or 2 to respond to that. One is to look at how we can review the schemes of service so that we can see whether it is possible to create other entry levels other than into the judiciary, other than at the resident magistrate. We have the question of the small claims adjudicators. Is there a possibility that we can work with part-time adjudicators that can come from members of the legal profession? That is also something which we will be exploring. We will be pushing for the enhanced recruitment of judges and judicial officers. You know that currently the High Court is, in terms of percentages, is about 44% of its optimal recruitment for judges, about 40% of its optimal recruitment for magistrates, and so there is need to enhance that. There is the question of enhanced use of technology, which first will make it easier and cheaper for the young lawyers to be able to practice, but again, create a level playing field for all that. We'll also push for the operationalization of the judiciary fund so that the judiciary can have financial autonomy and be able to deal with the operational challenges that it requires, including the setting up of the High Court in every county and ensuring that you have a magistrate court in every sub-county.
Thank you very much. We proceed, and I'll start from the middle, and then to Theory, and then to Prof with my question. And gentlemen, as Benjamin has said, you are joining an institution that has been existing, and it has a strategic plan. 2022 to 2027, I assume that because you are aspiring to join them, you have even looked at it. But I've looked at your manifestos. I'm not here to mark manifestos, but I have looked at them. So my question is, you will join an institution that has a strategic plan. They are busy looking at the 5 outcomes that they are focusing on. And then you have your manifestos, and there is what you have promised us. When you get there, whoever will be fortunate to get there, will you tell us, sorry, kwa ground vitu ni different, I could not deliver on my manifesto? Or do you have a strategy of plugging in to the strategic plan you are going to find there in order now to deliver, to deliver in a way that is meaningful to us, those of us who have elected you? So what strategies do you have? Starting with you, Mr. Omwanza.
Thank you. The promises I've made, I will not have any excuse. I want to go to the Judicial Service Commission and try as much as possible and persuade the rest of the commissioners to plug also my manifesto on the issues that are able to merge with their strategic plan. So I know there is a strategic plan for 22 to 27, and it largely binds the policy direction that the Judicial Service Commission takes. However, there are ways that we can have our issues addressed in terms of the promises that we made to members, and I think that can be done through consensus and through negotiation with the rest of the commissioners. So I do not want to come after maybe a year or two and tell you that it was not vitu ni different kwa ground. And that is doable because even that strategic plan is not written on stone. It's not cast on stone. There are certain adjustments that can be made because as a representative, the issues that we deal with are live issues that really need to be addressed through representation. I think that is how I'll approach it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Omwanza. President Theuri, will you also start by seeking an amendment to the strategic plan to fit into your to your manifesto? When you find them busy focusing on institutional capacity, you find them busy focusing on matters, finances, or how will you plug in? And because we want results that are meaningful to us.
Definitely, I will not. I mean, I think a strategic plan that is not adhered to is no plan at all. Failing to plan is planning to fail. So when I was developing my manifesto, I had the opportunity to look at the JSC strategic plan. I had the opportunity to review the State of Administration of Justice report, and I identified certain issues, of course, also coming from the realm of practice. And so when we talk about financial autonomy, that is something that the judiciary has already set out in its strategic plan. When we talk about the optimization of the recruitment of the judiciary staff, that is also something that is within the strategic plan of the Judicial Service Commission. When we talk about enhancing the corporate governance structures so that we are able to separate the role of JSC and the judiciary, that is something that is already within the JSC strategic plan. And when we talk about setting policies, especially even on the standards of recruitment of judges and judicial officers, that is something that is within the strategic plan of the Judicial Service Commission. And so therefore, I seek to join the JSC, having worked with the judiciary in various capacities as chair of Nairobi and as president of the Law Society. I understand the challenges, I understand the issues that they are grappling with. So I'm not going to the JSC to undertake a crash course on what needs to be done. I already have a full grasp of the issues that they are dealing with, of the issues that they are addressing, and where they want to see the JSC transition to. In terms of use of technology, I've already demonstrated that I understand that challenge. I have worked at the Law Society to bridge that gap together with the judiciary. So already there is a plan. There is a demonstrated ability to work with the judiciary to transform both the judiciary and the Law Society. So I'm asking you to bank on that experience and not to bank on the... Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Professor, you and I, just like we are both from the academia. And if you are like me, you will find out that the ground there has zero to do with the academia. When you go there, how do you intend to pick out the results that are there in the strategic plan in a way that is meaningful to us practitioners?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Deche. Yes, I've looked at the strategic plan of the JSC 2022-2027. I have experience in formulating and reviewing and overseeing implementation of strategic plans, which I've done at the Kenya School of Law for the past 7 years. One of the easiest way is, as you suggested, to align all my manifesto priorities to the JSC strategic plan. And I can assure you all my manifesto pledges in Agenda 1 fall within the JSC strategic plan. They are not alien to the core mission and mandate of the Commission. Secondly, in my experience at this level of the board, I know that we have midterm review of every strategic plan. so that we do strategic thinking all the time. And if we find the parameters have changed over the past 2 years, then we can review the strategic direction in a mid-term review. So there's always an opportunity for the board, the JSC as a board, to reconsider and do some new strategic thinking in the light of emerging developments and even national public interest. Thirdly, look at it this way. In some of our private caucuses with commission members, we will ask ourselves, or I'll persuade the commissioners to ask themselves, what opportunities do we have at this moment in time to reimagine and redesign and redefine our legacy as a commission? We have a new commissioner who has joined us. He appears very energetic. He seems to have some maverick ideas. This could be our moment. And so that is how I look at it, to persuade other commissioners to review a lot of the existing policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, candidates, you have told us what is in your manifesto, what is in the strategic plan that you have examined and looked at. But we also appreciate that you're going to be the monos in a school where people have been going to school since they were appointed. You're playing catch-up with a group that has already begun gelling way before you came in. And yet you have all these wonderful strategies. So specifically, we would like to know, what strategies are you going to employ to address some of the concerns that we are seeing within the judiciary? Recently, we've gone to the streets to talk about the rule of law and the protection of the judiciary, and we saw what happened the following day. We would want to know, do you have a strategy on how you're going to tackle those concerns of corruption within the judiciary and state capture, noting that there is a feeling among the practicing lawyers that the corruption within the judiciary is at an all-time high. Is this even the position, and if it is, what is your strategy? We'll start with President Theuri, then Ombati, and then Prof.
Thank you. There definitely is a challenge with regards to corruption in the judiciary, not just corruption, but corruption also coupled with inefficiency. One of the things which we have done as a society and as a council is that we have constantly engaged with the Chief Justice over these issues. And just the other day, we decided as a council that it is important we come up with a task force that will look at the question of efficiency and the question of corruption within the judiciary. So that is something that is already ongoing. Secondly, there is the concern and valid concern about state capture or attempts at state capture. On the path of the Constitution, we have stood firm on upholding the rule of law to the extent that the President of this country considers myself and the Council of the Law Society as an irritant, to the extent that the political leadership in this country have proclaimed that they intend to get politically friendly leadership at the Law Society. So that being the position, I think that I have already demonstrated that I have the mettle, I have the courage, and I have the boldness to sustain and safeguard judicial independence and also address the questions of corruption in the judiciary. One, through use of technology, through enhanced use of data from the system for purposes of vetting performance and holding judicial officers to account. One of the things that I would be instrumental in pursuing is to ensure that there are no judgments on notice policy within the judiciary. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I think there are 3 or 4 main issues that arise out of the current debate. The first one is corruption, and that arises from the point whereby litigants feel that they have to pay for justice to the judges or the magistrates and so forth. Secondly, there's a second level whereby whenever you want to do something like you need to get a court order or a warrant, you have to pay for it. It's called facilitation fees. And thirdly, is also another endemic issue of whereby we are having court clerks and judicial staff engaging in the practice of law through drafting pleadings and presenting them as if presenting them to the unrepresented litigants. You'll find this in succession matters and so forth. So that's an issue that needs to be addressed, and it's a rallying call from the bar. The second is about state capture. The Commission guarantees the accountability and independence of the judiciary as a corporate, not through an individual commissioner. And I would form the team or part of this team that guarantees that. I would fight for judicial independence, and as a practitioner, this is important because without it, I will not be able to earn my bread and butter. The third issue is about trainings, which are unregulated. Many trainings. In fact, where you go to court and you prepare for appearing in court, and then you're told a judge or a magistrate has gone for another official function or a training. And it's become so prevalent that it has now affected the practice of law. I know this is one of the functions of the JSC to regulate that calendar, and would want to have a calendar that is predictable and that is not disruptive to the practice, and therefore that would hamper our bread and butter. Thank you.
Thank you. When you look at my manifesto, Agenda 1, the first statutory declaration, you will see that I've listed several interventions that I intend to introduce at the Commission. One of them is to introduce judiciary staff training and capacity development policy, so that we take our staff at the judiciary through a lot of awareness development, skills development, so that at least when you have new input, you expect better output. I've also listed a judiciary anti-corruption policy, so that we now set up the conversation, redefining the normative standards for getting the judiciary taking charge of its own institutional culture change. Nobody should be throwing stones at the judiciary saying they are corrupt, because then we would have our own judiciary anti-corruption policy. So the judiciary will be itself tackling the issues that they know are leading to corruption, identifying corrupt practices, helping judicial officers to stay away from the perilous paths of corruption. So at board level, JSC should be making policies to make the judiciary work better. I've also listed, and this is of interest to judicial officers, a judiciary staff welfare policy review, so that we try to see how the terms and conditions of employment of the judiciary staff can be enhanced, so that now even the temptation to take a bribe and other corrupt practices can be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, candidates. We are now moving into the crossfire portion of the debate. In the crossfire section, each candidate will have a minute to ask a question to one other candidate. Your question should be directed at one other candidate only, and only one question. So we will proceed in the same order that was balloted, beginning with Mr. Theuri, and then Omwanza, and then Prof. So if you have a question, we'll begin with you, Mr. Theuri.
Let me ask Mr. Ombati a question. Under the Judicial Service Act, one of the principles or one of the requirements of the Commission is that they should be non-political. Do you consider the fact that you have made political statements to the effect that one political leader can never be president, and that sort of, those kind of comments. And the fact that you have represented the president in court as an impediment towards your achieving that requirement within the Judicial Service Act.
Thank you. I think that is a statement I made about 6 years ago, 2019, and I had a right as a Kenyan then to express myself under the Constitution. However, it does not stop me from being independent and from applying my mind and my capability. I'll give an example. In the last elections, both Chief Justices voted. We do not know who they voted for, and yet they were able to preside over matters at the Supreme Court. So I see nothing that is wrong with that, because as an individual and as a Kenyan, I had a right to express myself. Number two, with respect to representing the president-elect, that was an issue that came through a request by my senior Fred Ngatia. It was not Ruto himself who called me, and he asked me to be part of the team because of my experience and my expertise in election matters. And my relationship between that team ended once I represented, I finished from the Supreme Court, and I have no further engagement. Like my colleague who I have seen in State House taking tea, I have never been to the lawns of State House. I don't know how the gates look like, and I do not know how you drive yourself inside State House.
You're minded candidates.
Thank you.
Remember the rules of engagement.
Thank you. So I would be an impartial commissioner, and I would maintain professionalism, and I'll be ethical in my engagement. Thank you.
So the second question should be coming from you, Mr. Mbati, to anyone other.
Yes. I'll ask Professor Wabwile, what keeps you awake at night?
Okay, thank you very much, my colleague, and former very able, intelligent student, Mwanza Umbati. Yes, I have a burden in my heart to deliver to Kenyan people what God has put in me for them in my generation. This is a decision moment. And the point is, when I see what I can offer Kenyans as their commissioner of the people, the COP, commissioner of the people, I don't sleep because it burns in my heart. I want to wake up. I want to get there. I want to get there today. I want to serve Kenyans. I want to bring value. So that keeps me awake. The moment of decision to serve Kenyans is here. Thank you.
Order gallery. Your interruptions are only eating into the time of the candidates. We're moving on to the next candidate. And Mr. Professor Wabwile, do you have any questions for any one of your opponents?
Thank you. I have many questions. I have 105 questions. But I have reflected spiritually about it and prayerfully, and I've decided to refrain from asking even one question because I just believe we can keep the peace that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We want to thank you for saving us that time so that we can move on to the next question. The questions that the moderators have asked and have curated from questions that had been received by members, received from members, but we believe that there might be one or two questions that have come up during this session, and you're going to allow an open session to have 2 questions only from the gallery.
Any question?
So if anyone has a question, please raise your hand and Mr. Okoko will determine who will get the opportunity.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Guaro Steve Mokua. I practice as GS Mokua and Company Associates. There is something that our learned senior president said that got me concerned. He said that he's able to interact with anybody, the serious, those who are not serious. So my concern is, and my question is this why maybe you interacted with Brian Mwendo?
Anyone else with a question? Ms. Julu?
No, actually, it's not my question. An online question that I got an inbox from. Let me just read it out so that the question comes out verbatim. Now I'm being asked, the question goes to Senior Mr. Mwanza. Question number one is, you are adversely mentioned in the case involving USIU land and Mudaiga homes as having illegally and irregularly transferred a suit parcel of land. What does that speak to your integrity? That is a direct question. I have a couple, but let me just ask you one for the sake of time.
So we had allocated one question to the social media, and seeing as that was from the social media, we'll allow one more question from the gallery.
There are a lot of questions. I don't know. Let me go behind. Sorry for that. We have a lot of questions. Moderators, kindly consider, but allow me to give Carol this chance.
Thank you, moderators. Thank you, our candidates. Thank you, colleagues. My name is Caroline Hasoa. To my colleagues, accountability is an issue. What is not checked is difficult to deliver. Do you think LSK should develop guidelines to make all their reps, starting from the council, but particularly JSC because of their impact, to make them accountable on a quarterly basis and also to recall them if they do not deliver? Thank you. All the candidates.
Okay. Because of time, we'll have Mr. Theory answer the first question, Mr. Ombati answer the second, and then Professor, you'll answer third. You have 2 minutes.
May I just get a clarification? My understanding is the question by Hasoa was directed to all candidates.
So the question will be answered by all. You can answer the question within your 2 minutes, as well as the question that was directed at you.
The first question, I think that is taking my statement out of context. What I basically meant is that I am easy and relatable, and I relate with people. And at the time I met Brian Mwenda and he took a photo with me. I had no reason whatsoever to believe that he was not an advocate, considering that he had a social media presence. He was always in the middle of advocates. But when it came to light, we have taken action. We have ensured that he's been prosecuted, and he's now facing 2 cases that are currently before the court that we are prosecuting, and he has additional other counts that are being prepared. And so we have taken action immediately. We learned that he was not an advocate. And further, if you check now, we have enhanced the security systems at the Law Society. It is not possible to make any change on your profile unless you get an OTP code and you get an email. So we have enhanced the security on the system by coming up with a 2-step authentication method that ensures that the incident we witnessed with Brian Mwenda will never happen again. Hasoa, I think I want to agree that a structured mechanism for response that is set up by the Law Society is something that would be welcome. Of course, I know that there are so many CPDs, and that can also be an opportunity to address some of these issues. But because we would want to be able to get feedback and to also give feedback and to track the responses and the issues that are being addressed, I think a structured mechanism where the branch leadership and the JSC can meet would work. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. That issue is with respect to a property that was purchased by Dr. James Mwangi in 2012. And the thing I can say is that we went and saw the client, both of us, myself and Dr. Mwangi and his lawyer, and there was no reason to believe that the client was not selling genuine land. However, that issue is a live issue in court, and I'm a witness maybe in a couple of months, because it's about 3 or 4 parties who are contesting the issue, and therefore I will not go beyond that. Just to say that we went to court to see the former president together with Dr. James Mwangi, myself and his lawyer, and the client then confirmed that that land was available for sale. So the allegation that I was involved in some impropriety is specious. Number 2, I would like to respond respond on the issue of accountability. Yes, it's important that as commissioners you need to be accountable to members, but I do not think that it's possible to do a recall mechanism, because once you are elected, then you take over a constitutional position. So I think the only way you can be removed is through the parliamentary way. Number 3, I would also want to respond on the issue of Brian Mwendwa. The president called him at the AGM by his own name to second the accounts, so you cannot say that he was not aware. Thank you very much.
Moderator, you know, I've been looking at you because my understanding is the question was made to me, and this is the second time I am getting an attack. I'm not responding, but you have given us rules. We are not going by those rules, and I think if we continue in that manner, because I don't want to object, you gave us the rules, all candidates agreed to abide by those rules. So this is the second time I'm facing this, and it's not fair.
We hear you, Mr. President. I thought we had made it clear that when you feel that you need the protection of the chair, you inform the chair. So, but we can proceed, but I'm sure now we have all heard.
Yes, let me just comment on the question by CK Caroline Hasoa on the issue of accountability of leadership. My own understanding is that we have a problem because candidates are approaching members asking for votes on the basis of manifestos which are framed in form of posters and flyers. And you know, you notice that those flyers and posters have no signature, they are not signed, they are not commissioned. They can easily be thrown away in the dustbin after the elections. So at least we should be reaching a point where somebody is serious enough to say, ladies and gentlemen, I want to legalize my commitment to you in a sworn, commissioned and sealed affidavit, which we now file with the LSK Secretariat, all the branch chairpersons, and even, like in my case, the Anti-Corruption Commission, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, for future reference and performance monitoring. I also think that if you step forward to offer leadership, you should have done your self-assessment and determined that you are able to deliver. Finally, JSC is a board position, and we operate at board level, and it's very possible and very easy to not delivering. There's always the option of resigning. I want to tell you that if I fail members, I fail members, I don't deliver my manifesto pledges, I'll do the honorable thing without anybody asking me to sign a letter of resignation. Let me tell you, there's always something we can do better if kikiumana, you just do the honorable thing and resign. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I hope the resignation will also come with some funds to fund the next election, not just resignation. But having said that, we've come to the tail end of these debates, and I want to give you an opportunity to make your closing remarks as per my guidance. And we are going to start with you, Mr. Omwanza. The chair has instructed me to let you know that you will have 1 minute. You've been penalized for 1 minute, by 1 minute as per the guidelines we issued out there, and you know the reason why. So you will start with 1 minute, and then we will go to Prof and end with President Theuri. And this is how I would want you to package your parting shot. We are so concerned about sending out someone there who is not captured. And the truth is, once you are elected, calls will come. Calls will come from State House, calls will come from your kinsmen, from your ancestors, from your church, from your classmates, from cartels and godfathers. Now, can you tell us in your parting shot how independent you are going to represent, you are going to remain? How independent will you remain? How uncaptured will you remain? We start with you, Mr. Ombati, with your 1 minute.
Thank you, Dr. Deche. I will honor the voices of the membership in its entirety. I would be your representative without fear or favor. And I believe that once you are sworn in as a commissioner, the most important thing is to deliver on the mandate of the promise you've given to members, and I will do that without fail, and I will not let this profession down. That is my parting shot. Thank you, and I am a fresh face and representation that resonates with your practice.
Thank you, Omwanza Ombati. Professor, you will not resign, but how independent are you going to remain?
Yes,
2 minutes.
Yes, Commissioner. Yes, I will not resign because I shall deliver. You see, there is no alternative. TINA, there is no alternative to performance, and high performance at that. So, yes, it is true. You can see in my posters, I'm the commissioner of the people. I'm not a commissioner of any political faction. In fact, people just fear me because they know I'm not available for any capture maneuvers, because as you know, I'm also not pursuing my own agenda in my life. I've tried, and I've consistently tried to seek the will of God for my life. And if God wishes to bless me with a position, He will do it without any patronage of any political bigwigs. I've no donors or sponsors for this campaign, and they will not look for me to ask me to play on their way. So that is already in the public domain. I've no donors or sponsors from any political wing whatsoever, and I don't intend to have or encourage any political patronage. I want to just do my job serving Kenyans and LSK members. Finally, if I may, let's look at it this way. All of us, we will join, whoever will join a commission that has a constitutional mandate, it has a strategic plan, it has annual work plans. So it is possible that we may just succeed in achieving our manifesto pledges. But think about it this way. Can you go for a commissioner who cares for you? Commissioner who will not do any harm to you in any way? And that commissioner who cares for you is myself, Michael Wabwile. So remember to tick, put that tick where you see Michael Wabwile, please tick Prof, and we are going to cruise together for the remainder of the term. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Dated, signed, and sealed, as you said. President Theuri?
Thank you so much for that. On a light note, I begin by saying you can see I came dressed for the job. But much more seriously, I have, in the course of my life, in leadership to the society, championed a leadership that makes a difference. And that is what I offer to you. I am not a favorite of the state. That is obvious. The president has expressed this on 1, 2, 3, 4 occasions. I am a Kenyan who is supported by a broad-based coalition of advocates practicing across the entire country. I was born in Nyeri. I was raised up in Kakamega. I went to school in Eldoret. I work in Nairobi. So I'm a true Kenyan, and I'm not hooked up to any tribal affiliations. And I want to say this, that I come to you, ladies and gentlemen, as tried, tested, and proven. And I ask you to rely on that vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. To the gallery, now is your opportunity to clap. We can offer them one community clap. It is good to follow instructions, you see. So now we've managed time well. I think you'll want to step down the candidates. You can get seated as we get directions on the way forward from our able VC.
Thank you. Thank you so much, moderators. Thank you so much, Prof. Double O and President Eric Theuri. Those of us with programs, you see we had this LSK rep to the JSC debate from 10:20 to 12:30. To 12:20, we are at 12:13, so we have kept time. I want us to take a health break for 10 minutes to allow now the presidential candidates prepare themselves, sit in front, and then we proceed. So a 10-minute health break, na watu wetu kule mnaweza tupatia music kidogo. Thank you so much. There is plenty of water. As you come down, you can kindly pick water. presidential candidates to equally settle down. The organizers, Ms. Mtune, I don't know why KBN is seated behind the others. I don't know if, I think we can move the seats kindly. Kiti njoo nisaidie, KBN aonekane. Peter, kuja. As we settle down, we want to go to our second phase of the program, scheduled to start at 12:30 to 2 p.m. Kindly bear with us. I want us to finish at 2 p.m. Then we disperse as we do our lunch. Lunch will be provided, all of us in this gallery. Make sure that you get your meal card from Ms. Mtune seated there. So I wish to welcome again all of you to the LSK presidential debate for the presidential candidates, and at this time hand over the program to our moderators. Madam Eva.
Asante sana Ngure. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for maintaining time. Time is a big factor today that we are going to protect by all means. We will not belabor what we have already agreed on the rules of engagement. Just to remind you that we now have a precedent. If you needlessly mention your colleague, your fellow candidates, the moderators have the discretion to penalize. So bear that in mind as you proceed. So we want the high quality of argument to be displayed here today, and we are confident that you're going to give us that. For the gallery, please maintain decorum. We will not have any clapping until the end of the debate so that we can have smooth flow. So with that said, I will now invite the candidates to present themselves before us in the order that was balloted, with the first one being on my extreme left. Extreme, you'll come this side. So the order is, we'll have Caroline on the extreme left. Oh, it was my extreme, but we can maintain. Is this the same order? Okay, so we can maintain the order that you are sitting, that you are now allowed to come to the podium. Okay, let's all be upstanding on the podium. So karibuni candidates, we have already gone through the order on the format of the debate. And the first order of the debate is introduction and opening speeches. We will expect to explain to us why you are the best candidate for the job and who are you, because we may have members within the gallery that have not been familiar with your work or have not met you before. So starting with Ms. Kamende. For this first session, the first session is 3 minutes long, and thereafter every session will be 2 minutes, unless penalized. So you may start.
Thank you. My name is Caroline Kamende Daudi. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I've practiced law. I'm now on my 19th year. I have practiced both domestically, that is, I practice here in Kenya. I have also practiced law internationally, in that in the year 2012, I was appointed by the UN as a legal counsel in the Rwanda Genocide Tribunal, International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, where I worked for 3 years. In terms of leadership, I have equally had national, that is the local leadership in the Law Society of Kenya, having served the Law Society in 2 capacities, that is Nairobi representative from 2018 to 2020, convening the Gender Committee then, and a vice president between 2020 and 2022, convening several committees of the society. Regionally, I am the chairperson, African Bar Association, that is the Kenya chapter. So you can see I've had leadership skills and qualities both here in Kenya and internationally. My scorecard speaks for itself. I have established a fund for the society. I've equally established sexual harassment and anti-bullying policy. I have established the first ever toll-free lines for members in distress to call the society. I stand on a 5-pillar agenda: protection and expansion of areas of practice, defense of rule of law and constitutionalism, establishment of permanent structures at the Law Society of Kenya, accountability and transparency in the management of the affairs of the Law Society, and finally, ensuring effective and responsive structures also in the Law Society to ensure that the service delivery to our members for the purpose which they will have elected me as a president. I am standing on a mantra of an all-inclusive bar because we are all members of the Law Society and every member must feel represented in the Law Society. I will endeavor to ensure that there is no segmentation in the Law Society of Kenya. Thank you.
Second candidate.
Thank you. Looks like there's a bit of a challenge in the microphone. Members of Mombasa Law Society and Law Society generally, the leadership of MLS, as well as the moderators for the day. My name is Kipkoech Bernard Ngetich, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya in my 16th year of practice. Ladies and gentlemen, my main office is in Nakuru. I have been a leader with the Law Society of Kenya for 5 years at the branch level, that is LSK Rift Valley, 2 years as a chairperson. I have served as a council member of the Law Society of Kenya for 4 years between 2018 and 2022, 2 years of which I served as a treasurer, and I do not have an audit query. I also serve in other capacities as an elder of AIC Kenya. I'm an immediate board member of Litein Mission Hospital, and I'm currently serving as a Nyumba Kumi chairperson of my community where I stay. Why should Kipkoech Bernard Ngetich be the next president, the 51st president of the Law Society of Kenya? I have experience, which I've already explained. Number 2, I have a track record of fighting for colleagues who've been challenged by various environments, and there are decided cases that show the same, like the case of Professor Nandwa, the case of Charles Sena. I have also fought against people who intrude our practice space. Currently, I am watching brief for complainants against a quack magistrate in Nakuru, and the matter is continuing. I've arrested at least 2 quack advocates. Similarly, colleagues, I have pushed for efficiency of the judiciary by insisting, by even petitioning the court in the case of Elfis Odirananda for judicial calendar on seminars, workshops, and colloquia to be married with diaries, with course lists of courts. At the same time, I'm currently pushing for more courts in the country. What is my plan? My plan is MES, mentorship and welfare of members. I have a plan on accountability, checked institutions, and finally, expansion of opportunities. I am talking about looking inside to ensure that courts are very efficient. I am talking about engaging lobbying for more courts across the country. I am talking about land registries that are not only efficient and effective, but also accessible to users. And finally, I am talking about Office of the Registrar of Companies that is available and retaking our traditional practice area of immigration law. KBN Nitisho, tried, independent, sober, honest, and objective. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Peter Manyonge Wanyama. I'm an advocate with more than 16.3 years experience. I have been in the sector in the practice of policy and legislative support, where I have done national and international consultancies for various institutions, including the World Bank, International Law Development Organization, and many other institutions. And therefore, I have experience in understanding how to push through and legislative issues to protect practicing, which at the moment is. Secondly, I have had a litigator in court. I have appeared at the Court of Appeal more than 65 times, and I believe that understanding the litigation landscape gives me a vantage opportunity to push through the concerns of the practitioners, the concerns which you practitioners have raised with me. So as LSK president, I promise a pushy, I promise a consequential, and I promise a stoic leadership. Stoic leadership means, as an LSK president, you must somehow endure pain, because you will be going against the state in some of the matters which you push through, especially in public interest litigation. So as LSK president, you should be capable of someone, you should be a person who should not be afraid of being arrested, should not be afraid of being intimidated by the state. That means when you stand and push strongly for the rule of law, you must do what it takes to ensure that you push the concerns, because that is the mandate of the LSK under the provisions of the LSK Act Section 4. Myself, I have not served in council before. I am the fresh mind that you need. A fresh mind that brings on board serious, consequential, and strategic ideas. Ideas which members of the bar need for us to reposition Law Society of Kenya into this brave new world. A world where legal practice is facing tremendous challenges. Young lawyers are unemployed. There's a question of underpayment. You have the advocate evaluation order which has not been reviewed. You have major challenges. For example, as we speak, the state wants to take away running down practice by pushing through policies and legislation in parliament, and we must stand firm. The same way they took away WIBA, and we have done nothing about it. Conveyancing as a practice is deeply embedded by surveyors and brokers. They are so deep to the extent that it's estimated that they do more than 50% of legal practice, legal work that is supposed to be done by advocates. So thank you very much. I will be your able leader.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Faith Odhiambo. I have practiced law, and this is my 13th year. I've taught at the University of Nairobi, Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and I practice law at Ombok and Owuor Advocates. I have had the honor and privilege of having served you as the Vice President of the Law Society of Kenya, previously as a Nairobi representative, and also in my former years as a council member at FIDA Kenya, and then as a board secretary of FIDA. Now, all this experience has brought me to this moment, this time, this season, to be ready to serve you as your next president. As the next president of the Law Society of Kenya, I stand at the bridge of the mid-bar, who are the major drivers of the legal economy in the legal landscape. I stand as a bridge of the young lawyers that are seeking to grow in their practice, to seize opportunities in the different spheres, and to ensure that they can practice till the highest courts in the land. I stand as the bridge of our seniors who have left an indelible mark in the legal profession and are seeking their aspirations through a stable, progressive bar. The blueprint is PSP, protect the rule of law, stability of the bar, and progress of our bar, our welfare, and our practice. We look at the backdrop of a law society that is under fire, the rule of law that is under challenge. You need a leader that will stand firm, will stand strong, and defend our last wall of justice, the judiciary. We need a leader who will ensure that they can fight the excesses of justice of the executive, not only through PIL cases, but also through law reform review, that we seek to be more robust as members of the Law Society to review that directorate of the Law Society of Kenya. We need a leader that can work with others. We have seen the challenges that branches have had, MLS being one of them. When you have a leader at the helm that will not listen, will not sit with you at the table, will not work with you to ensure that we deal with the challenges of practice and welfare. We need a leader that will focus on the welfare of all advocates of the Law Society of Kenya. Other professionals are doing it. Why not the Law Society of Kenya? We need a leader that will ensure that we empower our advocates in the new areas of practice, that we can grow. The practice is not dying. The practice just needs remodeling, that we can empower, we can support, that the work of the Law Society and work bread and butter starts coming to your pockets. We need a leader that will be the mantle to ensure that we finally have our own assets. The Wakili Tower, that I hope that once it comes up, we can set aside even a floor that we harbor our young lawyers to set up like meta spaces to ensure they have an opportunity to start up their law firms. I am that leader, Faith Moni Odhiambo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Harriet Njokimboshe. At this time, I'd like to take a second to recognize that today we do have laying to rest of one of our colleagues who was shot dead, Anthony Gadhitu Kabadhi. May his soul rest in peace. And it is important that as a profession, we continue to look after each other's welfare. It is extremely important, and I hope that each and every one of us will continue in our respective ways to push for the closure or for justice for Anthony Kabadhi and his family. I'd like to switch gears and thank the Mombasa Law Society. You have raised me. I was born and raised in Mombasa. I went to Star of the Sea. I did my judicial attachment here. I went to campus here. I undertook my first employments here. You have raised me. It is therefore because of you that I stand here today. I thank you very much. And I do hope that this is an indicator to all young lawyers out there that there is hope. Your dream is valid. All you need to do is to walk hand in hand with the people that have gone before you. Our seniors have a role, and that is why they have mentored me, and that is why I stand here today. I therefore don't take it for granted that the first debate organized by a branch is held here, and I stand here before you today. I am greatly humbled and honored. Why Harriet Njokimboshe as the president of the Law Society of Kenya? It is interesting because right now in this country, we are facing a deliberate attempt to capture the Law Society of Kenya, to capture the rule of law, and to actually make sure that Kenya goes back to more than 20 years ago, where we had a state of impunity, a state of dictatorship, and a state of tyranny. You therefore need a leader. The Law Society needs a leader who is firm, who is bold, and who is able to act without fear or contradiction or any kind of favor. I have a reputation for being firm. I have a reputation for being strict. That is the kind of leader you want now. In terms of service, I am an institution builder. I have co-founded the Maritime Center at the University of Nairobi, where I started teaching in 2016. I also practice in Nairobi, and I have served as a council member. Thank you.
Thank you very much, candidates. To the gallery and photographers, I would request that you minimize the movement, especially at this front of the podium, so that you do not distract any of the candidates in their train of thought. Kindly comply. Please reduce the movement. We'll go to the moderators session, where moderators will ask questions as have been put to you through the membership over the last 2 weeks. So, the first question. Each year we have seen campaigns gaining tempo and flamboyance to an extent that we are left to ask ourselves, what is the philosophy behind spending so much for a position that, to the best of our knowledge, is not remunerated? Is there something we are missing? Isn't it disproportional? So what we want to know from each one of you, what is the source of your campaign funds? And out of that, how much have you spent as at 9th February 2024? Starting with Caroline.
Thank you so much for that question. In the council that I served between 2018 and 2020, we attempted to come up with regulations. Unfortunately, members dropped them so that we can regulate the nature of campaigns to avoid this flamboyance. I'm one of those people who have not spent much as some of my colleagues have. I have first got resources from some of my friends, some seated here, who have facilitated me with air tickets, and if you can ask around, I haven't been some of those candidates throwing bashes all over, because I believe in going to members to get what they need done. My manifesto is based on members' voices, what they echo to me, and not what I echo in my mind that I need to go and do for them. The reason what is in store for us, I have a passion for service. I have served not only the Law Society, not only FIDA, where I sat as a disciplinary committee, but also in my capacity in the rural areas. So I have passion for service, and I'm not here and I'm not in this race for any monetary reward. I have served before. If you ask around in the welfare issues that I take up, I end up at the end of the day using my very own resources. So my motivation to this position and to vie for this position is not based on anything that I require back from the Law Society of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. Candidate number 2, how much have you spent and what is the source? We would want to know.
Thank you very much. I want to say that I've spent around 1 million shillings since I started my campaigns in September last year. My source of funds are threefold. I get some little money from my tea farm. Everybody knows I'm a small-scale tea farmer, and a number of you have received a packet of tea leaves from me for free. I also run a fairly robust practice, which is about 10 years partnership, and I have also fundraised. I have a group of lawyers that calls itself I Support Kipkoech Bernard Ngetich for the President. And I have not conducted any bombastic campaigns. In fact, I've been doing a lot of door-to-door because I am constrained. I am running a very frugal campaign, and my intention, because I am public-spirited, is to push a few things for the benefit of in-house counsel, the young lawyers, the senior bar, the middle bar. I believe I am a changer. I believe I can bring change, and I have to offer myself. Offering myself is the sacrifice. I do not have any more money to offer. Thank you.
Order. We have a sergeant at arms, counsel. Please protect us. Next candidate.
Thank you very much. Let me say that when I came to this campaign, I entered the campaign as a Law Society of Kenya presidential candidate, initially expressing interests and then submitting my papers. The heavy expectation was that Wanyama would pour money all over the place. But myself, I believe in a leadership philosophy that is different. My leadership philosophy is refined from the book of 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 2. Look at it at your free time. You will discover that that is the passion that really drives me to the LSK president. I have mentored more than 71 advocates. And in terms of just passion, I thought that I needed a proper platform at Law Society of Kenya level to be able to spread out initiatives that promote the welfare of advocates and to make a difference really to colleagues who are really suffering outside there. So in terms of financial support, I am completely restrained. Let me say that I'm a man of means. That's a fact. But I'm completely restrained when it comes to expenditure. So far, I have spent not more than 2.5 million shillings, with the largest expenditure being the preparation of this campaign manifesto. I avoid flamboyant, I avoid alcohol, I avoid portraying myself as someone who is driven by resources, because we need to change the leadership trajectory at the Law Society of Kenya. So far, in terms of sources, the 2.5 million which I have spent in this campaign is strictly legal income from my own law firm. There is no single contribution from anyone in my campaign. Thank you.
Okay. Candidates, please hold the mic close to you when you're speaking. We might hear you here in the hall, but the event is being streamed online, so we'll need the microphone for us to make sure that the online community can hear. Fourth candidate.
I've spent about 2 million in my campaigns, and where my money comes from is apart from myself at the law firm, but also from crowdfunding. I agree the campaigns are quite expensive. And so if it wasn't also support from my friends, some even offer me their homes to stay in. When I travel, some have offered tickets. For my launch, the university supported me where I started from to host me and have me as part of their contribution to my campaign. And so I've gone back to my friends. I'm not a rich person. I'm a person who is able to break even and make their bread and butter on a day-to-day basis. And so I've gotten a lot of support from my friends there is a committee that fundraises and supports, and sometimes, yes, we get stuck. And the reality is, I agree, we need to have a situation whereby debates can be regularized. And the reason I did my launch at my university, where I started from, is to take away that notion that you cannot call people to meet and talk without there being alcohol, without there being music. It was a somber. We started with mass. We had an opportunity to talk. Other candidates came. We had some small lunch and we dispersed. I hope that as a society, we can move to that direction, because it will ensure everyone who wants to lead, everyone who wants to offer their services back to the society can do so comfortably without having to go through strenuous expenses, through reaching out to friends. And that will bring back our society to the level that we deserve as a somber and noble profession. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, when my father died in 2010, I was in third year. The Mombasa Law Society, many members have helped me in many ways. This has shown me that a society can actually do so much for its members. It is therefore for that reason that I have a passion for service. And to that extent, I have offered myself to serve. And when I did, I was doing it and I continue to do it as a member-supported candidate. I am the Members Project. So far, I have spent about 300,000 of my money. The rest has come from members who sometimes hear that I'm supposed to be somewhere, and they have supported me. It is on that basis that for me, I can claim strongly and affirm that there is no room for capture within the Law Society of Kenya. We need to have that culture where parties are not being thrown all over, because that discourages many people who have a desire for service, but then who would otherwise not be able to vie. If people are spending millions, honorable members, and this presidency does not pay a salary, where do they expect to recover their money? You must be member-centric in terms of your campaign so that then your allegiance is to the members. I thank you all for your support. Please continue to support me as the Members Project and the Members Candidate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We move on to the second question. Mentorship is key in the profession. It has been highly seen that most of you have heavily relied on the mid-bar and the young lawyers to support your initiatives. So this cadre of members would like to know, what are some of the practical interventions, if elected as president, would you put in place to ensure that you mold the young lawyers into the profession? We can begin with Ms. Mboshe, all the way to Ms. Kamende.
Mine does not have to wait for my election. Already on the question of mentorship, as a way of carrying it forward, I have established the mentorship barazas, which I run both through my Utafiti Hub as well as through the Maritime Center at the University of Nairobi, where we are mentoring young lawyers. Also, in conjunction with Mombasa Law Society and the Mombasa campus of the University of Nairobi, we are working to set up admiralty courses so that we can build the capacity of lawyers. The other thing is with respect to practicing certificates. I plan to move my council so that we can do away and also champion for the relevant statutory amendments that can do away with payment of PCs in the first 3 years of someone's admission. The other thing is for young nursing mothers, also the waiver for them in terms of PCs. The other thing is with respect to in-house counsel. Many of them are setting themselves up. I have championed as co-convener of the in-house counsel committee for their non-practicing allowances to be retained. That is extremely important. The other thing is that we need to have at least 1,000 young lawyers who are incorporated into the PIL, the Public Interest Litigation Scheme. The other thing as well, in terms of nomination or appointment of LSK nominees to boards, we must have an objective criteria that gives young lawyers an opportunity as well. Additionally, in terms of having income-generating activities that are alternative to our PCs so that people cannot be constrained for time. Through devolution, as well as the national office, I will ensure to push for virtual offices for young lawyers who have not been able to set themselves up properly, that they are actually able to have decent space that they can be able to undertake their matters. The other thing that is extremely, extremely important is to champion for reciprocity in terms of cross-border practice. We have a bulging number of young lawyers who are coming in. The Act, Section 12 and 13 of the Advocates Act doesn't help us much. Thank you.
Ms. Odhiambo.
So I'd want to start by saying that when I became the vice president, I felt there's the importance of mentorship to start in that office. I mentored the Young Lawyers Students Association, and I'm currently their patron. And the importance is how can we work as the Law Society to also support the new and budding lawyers who are going to join the bar. The other issue that I picked up is the Nua Wakili series, which I started as a way of mentoring, working with the seniors. We've had the data commissioner coming free of charge. We had a senior counsel from UNEP coming in free of charge. We had EABL Equity and BAT coming to host a session for the young lawyers in terms of what are the opportunities if you join in-house and how can you cross over. We had various sessions, even the role of a JSC commissioner and how they can help you even as lawyers as you grow in your profession. So I'd hope to build the Inua Wakili series to be more robust, to ensure that we reach out to more and more advocates joining the bar. The mentorship program that we started with the Office of the Chief Justice, I hope to build it and evolve it. And the aim of that was at the backdrop when young lawyers were complaining that they just don't want mentorship, they also want money. And the backdrop of that was that the young advocates would be given matters, children in conflict of law and family matters. In exchange, the senior bar also committed to come in and mentor those young lawyers as they take those briefs. And I want to ensure that we also devolve the same. In terms of networking opportunities, what I'd want to do is that LSK changes the way we model ourselves, that we start having networking barazas with our different partners, KEPSA, Kenya Chamber of Commerce, that we able to bring these business people to you, that you start networking and getting work opportunities for yourselves. In terms of PIL,
Mr. Onyama.
Thank you very much. Young lawyers, a tiger does not pronounce its integrity. That was Wole Soyinka who said that. You all know me, really. I have been a mentor to practitioners. I have conducted CPD sessions, more than 30 CPD sessions on strategic areas of legal practice, especially on policy and legislative development. So what I intend to do as LSK president is that I will use my expertise and experience in policy and legislative development and interest on emerging areas of legal practice and my networks in the, around the globe to create a proper, conceptually satisfying and strategic mentorship program where young legal practitioners are able to truly acquire knowledge. Under my tenure as Law Society of Kenya president, I will be making presentations myself in CPD workshops on these strategic areas of legal practice. Because I believe that young lawyers need to know that the legal market is increasingly shrinking, and the strategy for you to be dominant in this market is to acquire knowledge. And how do you acquire knowledge? You need to be mentored. You need to know that currently the global economy is driven by certain attributes which you must fit in. One, you need to know that climate change is a very, very important topic. As a candidate already, I have begun discussions with the players around the globe. What I just need is the sword, and I'll be able to start a structured mentorship program where Section 4 of the LSK Act, paragraph A and B, is fully utilized so that Law Society of Kenya CPD program is completely reoriented. We need short courses. I want young lawyers from Mombasa here to understand how technology interfaces their practice, artificial intelligence. How does climate change interfaces trade and development? What about gender issues in climate change? What about health issues in climate change? Environmental governance, ESG practice, artificial intelligence, data protection. Because once you acquire knowledge on some of these subsectors, thank you.
Mr. Ngetich.
Thank you, members. I see mentorship as a process that is silent, more like coaching, where somebody's hand is held and you travel together. I have been engaged with several advocates as pupils, as interns, several of them as holding over advocates. I do not want to disclose much. I am talking as a president of the Law Society of Kenya now in the next few days, and if that were to happen, we will need to institutionalize mentorship. And this is what I propose to do, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, through the CPD committee, where Benjamin Njoroge, who sits, would have to accept through deliberations and consultation with counsel to do monthly sessions where the senior bar, like Dr. Masideche, speaks with advocates on issues of practice. I am talking about to litigators, I am talking to conveyancers, I am talking about in-house counsel. How did you start practice? When did you first make your first 1 million shillings? When did you first acquire the house that you reside in? Where do you invest? Which circles? That is the mentorship that I foresee if I am elected. Use the existing infrastructure. Number two, as part of mentorship, I will proceed with counsel to revamp the public interest litigation so that these briefs that are largely dominated by advocates from one region are distributed to Mombasa, are taken to Malindi, are taken across the country with a senior counsel holding the hands of the young ones. The conversation would continue because we're talking about practitioners, conveyancers, and in-house counsel. Thank you.
Ms. Kamendo. Thank you. I started my journey as a mentor in 2018. Between 22nd to 28th of July 2018, as the chairperson of the African Bar Association, I sponsored around 126 advocates, young advocates, purely young advocates from my pocket, so that they could attend the international conference and interact with lawyers from across the globe. And that is not to say that in my own capacity, I do not mentor. I do not need to be the president of the Law Society of Kenya to ensure that I mentor people. Majority of the persons seated here are my mentees and have mentored in my own capacity. But let me say, in an official capacity, we all come here during campaigns and say, I will establish a mentorship program, and that dies with our manifestos. There is a regulation, that is 16 and section 40 of the Law Society of Kenya Act, that requires the council to delegate some of its programs and mandate to committees. There is in the Law Society a Young Lawyers Committee. I intend to incorporate a mentorship program in that section that says that we can have terms of reference of the Young Lawyers Committee. It is established by statute, and that committee reports to council. So that I can pick up once I am elected to office, to ensure that there is continuous mentorship and not mentorship mentions during campaigns. Secondly, the Law Society under Section 28 as the CPD Directorate and PIL Directorates. I intend to revamp these two to ensure that part of the CPD programs entail mentorship. Thank you.
Yes, over to the next question to the candidates. And the beauty of your position that you are seeking, the personalities that have presented themselves to vie, is that you are currently in active practice of law. When I joined practice a little over 6 years ago, the clarion call was on WIBA matters. And there was ongoing litigation concerning WIBA, which went all the way to the Supreme Court, and WIBA was swept away from the space of advocates. Nothing has been done to date to restore WIBA back to active practice. In the same vein, there's concern in conveyancing. A lot of policy bottlenecks have been put, and advocates are finding it difficult to practice conveyancing. The issue of masqueraders coming to take our work in succession, the issue of Huduma centers coming up. There is the issue of in-house counsel. Do you have any plans for them? Those practicing in counties, those practicing the DPP, are there plans for them to be incorporated in the Advocates Act or being given non-practicing allowance? So my question is, what will you do as candidates to realistically restore WIBA and enhance the practice space for the sake of bread and butter for the advocates? I'll start with you, Mr. Peter Wanyama. What will you do stoically to...
Thank you very much, moderator. Let me say that before running for Law Society of Kenya president, I did a SWOT analysis on the crisis in the legal profession. And let me not mince my words. As a strategist, I can tell you that the legal sector, the legal profession is dying. Dying does not mean that it's dead. It means that we are losing critical aspects of our practice to other players. And the solution to that is that we need to strengthen the existing legal framework. No matter how you look at it, you can go to the streets, you can talk in the council, you can cry, you can do anything, but you must go and address the legal framework that is the operating system of this subsect of the legal economy. You must strengthen the Land Act to expressly prohibit surveyors and brokers from undertaking conveyancing business. You must engage with Parliament to, on two things, two proposals. One, to bring WIBA back into the court system where you can establish a tribunal mechanism. Secondly, you can reform WIBA where it is, where you make directors of WIBA and assistant directors appointed to preside over WIBA matters to be advocates of the High Court. So ultimately, myself as a strategist in policy and legislative development, I will do what it takes, including what I call soft blackmail, to ensure that advocates get our space back. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Faith. You've been the Vice President of LSK. Tell us in respect to the question, what did you do and what will you do different?
First of all, when we got into council, I want to confirm that we worked with the branch chairs to ensure that practice directions were set for all WIBA matters before the decision of the Court of Appeal, and the same were issued. Secondly, what I'd work on is to pass a bill. We work on a draft bill, working with our members in Senate, and Parliament. We currently have an MOU with them, and the aim is that we start working, they support the work of the Law Society in drafting bills, that we can work hand in hand to ensure we push for the same. In terms of policy bottlenecks in conveyancing, at my manifesto, parts of the things that I look at is how can we set standard operating procedures and implement them in all counties. To pick from the branches representation to sit in that committee for the RDSASA, for the National Council, and the Lands Office to ensure that all challenges that are happening in the different counties are dealt with. That we don't have to wait, that it's only the franking machine in Mombasa that is working and the rest they don't have franking machines, that we can deal with all of these things timelessly. With regards to quacks, we have set up a kitty to crack down on quacks. Just yesterday in Nakuru, one was arrested in conjunction with our officer in Nairobi office and the branch officials. Huduma centers. The reality is, yes, we have gone to court, but that is not enough. We call for a meeting of members and we are taking the next actions if the CJ does not sit to agree and talk with us, because the issue of possibly masqueraders joining the active practice with these Huduma centers. In-house counsel, I have a plan for them, for both the public and private, and also those in devolution. We had the first devolution conference arising from a meeting with all our councils in the counties that want to support them. They want representation at the committee so that their issues can be dealt with timelessly, as well as those in private practice and those in public in-house counsel. And lastly, DPP as well. They are actually paid non-practicing allowance. It's those in the Attorney General. Some are not paid and some state councils that are not paid. And what I'd practically do is sit at the table with the different heads. This is a promise that has been made, but you cannot get an overview without working hand in hand with the heads. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Harriet. Tell us, what will you do with respect to this subject?
For in-house counsel, for me, it's not a plan, but I've actually done it. I co-convened the in-house counsel committee, even though I'm not an in-house counsel myself. I prioritize them and offered to co-convene so that then I can liaise for them in council. For that reason, for the first time, we were able to have at the annual conference a dedicated time and a dedicated conference for in-house counsel, which was extremely successful. Also, 2022 last year, 2022 towards December, I got wind that and that was able to be arrested before it was implemented. Yes, I'd also like to add that there's an important component on cross-border practice. I've already started pushing for reciprocity and for the amendment of Section 12 and 13 of the Advocates Act to give LSK the discretion to get into bilaterals, so that if we are getting reciprocity and if we think it's strategic, we get into the cross-border practice arrangements with you. If we don't, then we don't need to get into those arrangements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harriet. To Mr. Ngetich, I like the fact that you say that wewe ni tisho and you are an inside person. Did work dissipate, especially WIBA, under your watch when you are inside LSK? What did you do and what will you do different?
Thank you very much. Mimi kweli ni tisho, tried, independent, sober, honest, and objective. When we served in council, following the decision of the Supreme Court, we commissioned a task force which was appointed by the membership. There is a report in place. If elected as a president, I will move council to implement that report by lobbying Parliament, lobbying the Attorney General, so that on the basis of Article 48 of the Constitution of Kenya on access to justice, we bring back the need to go to court and the need to go to the Occupational Safety Director to be an option. On the issue of conveyance and bottlenecks, I agree the earth is as a platform and conveyancing across the country is problematic. If elected as a president, I would want to engage council together with the conveyancing committee. We approach the CS and the PS lands, we re-engage and ensure that as Law Society adopts and adapts technology, we also ensure that we are in front. Everything that is being installed, everything that is being introduced, as the Law Society of Kenya contributing, we should also have the alternative of a manual system. This is something I'm so committed to, and this is something that I think as a council we need to push harder. On the issue of quacks, I have arrested 2 quack advocates and currently involved in the arrest of a quack magistrate who's been in remand for 2 years. It is no longer tenable, ladies and gentlemen, to send a council member from Nairobi, fly a council member from Nairobi to Mombasa to come and arrest an old lady who is said to be a quack, takes 100 photographs, flashes all of them on all WhatsApp groups, about 60, and then goes to court, another 100 photographs. As president, I will devolve the Practice Standards Committee, employ 8 lawyers, 8 branches, so that on a daily basis they are gallivanting the chapters, the practice centers, detecting and investigating these quacks. We must run them out of this country. In-house council is a very important constituency for me. I will push the decision to be implemented in Erastus Gitonga versus NEMA, have the non-practicing allowance paid immediately to the advocates who are in-house council, and have a council member to be fully responsible for in-house council through the in-house council committee, get reports every month on the various issues. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Caroline.
Thank you. The reason we have this problem of WIBA was because there was no monitoring of legislation, and that slipped LSK members. Now that we are here and WIBA seems to have been taken away, what I would do as a president of the Law Society is to initiate a repeal of the Act, and especially those sections that have taken away our work. In 2020, we did this. We monitored legislation and assured that that work that was to be taken away from us in the small claims, then a bill before it became an act, was reverted back to us. On the Huduma Center issues, that is in terms of practice, Caroline commended Daudi. I took the initiative when I saw the flyer on Twitter by the judiciary on what they intended to do in petition number E30 of 2024. I am the petitioner. That shows that my commitment to ensure that we expand and protect our practice. Conveyancing, there were regulations that were reached after consent filed in court. When we filed a matter, I was serving in council as the vice president. We filed a matter to challenge the digitization and the inefficiency in the lands office. Mine will be to ensure that we implement those regulations so that our members are served effectively. On masqueraders, I attempted, when I was serving as a vice president, to go throughout the country, and it is impossible to do that without collaboration with the branches and the chapters. They are the ones who know the masqueraders. So we need to weed out those satellite offices. More so, Section 28 of the Act allows us to form a directorate. I will initiate an inspectorate directorate under that section, so that just like the medics do, we have members going around to weed out these masqueraders and enforcing. A committee or a directory that will have teeth to bite, other than just crying on about that.
Chair, I seek your support, Chair. Some of our colleagues who are following are telling me that I can't be seen on camera, so I was requesting if the camera person could adjust themselves.
Camera person, you've heard that. Now I will ask what will be the last question of, from the moderators. And you may have noticed by now that we are in a premises that is owned by doctors, actually. The reason why we are here is not because we love doctors very much, it's because we have none of our own. And of course, we also reached out to you for some kitty to add on to our kitty, because we could also not afford to host these debates. And I'm talking about, when I say us, I'm talking about those of us who practice outside Nairobi. And we feel under-resourced, we feel marginalized, we feel ghettoized. And I want to, and this is not just about resource allocation. We also feel the same marginalization when it comes to appointment, to committees, to boards. And I'm saying this having noticed that a lot of you have friends who have contributed to your kitties, which is good, but I'm also wondering whether they'll be on the front line when it comes to allocation of appointments to committees and boards. But let me go to my question. And it is this. And if you could answer as much as possible without using the word lobbying, it would be very appreciated, because I would really want a practical response. When you get elected as president, what will you put in place to just bridge this marginalization gap for us practitioners who are outside Nairobi in terms of resource allocation and opportunities? And I want to address this question specifically to Faith, to Wanyama, and to Kamende. I will give my reasons for skipping the other two later, so I have spared you from this, but I want to have you answer, starting with Faith.
So first of all, with regards to resources, after the AGM that we had on the question of devolving more resources to the branches, we set up a committee comprising of the branch chairs and the members of devolution, that we sit and agree on a formula so that we can devolve an agreed formula for everyone. And if you're aware, also chapters want to be part and parcel of that process to ensure that devolution is also fair in terms of their resources. My promise or my commitment is that I will ensure we devolve more resources. Two, what I'd want to see is the revolving fund, which we normally give for purposes of development. I'd want to double it so that also branches start thinking about what are their development needs as a branch, that you focus on areas that are important for you. In terms of activities, we started the process of devolving LSK activities with just the games. And I hope to see more activities are devolved, going around all the branches that members feel the Law Society does not start and end in Nairobi. The Law Society belongs to each and every one of us. With regards to opportunities, particularly the committees, what we can do is that, first of all, when we get a short list, we share all that short list at our website. Then we go next, who have been shortlisted for appointment. We ensure that is stable to all members and the criteria, and that will be asking, as you apply, indicate branches so that there is fair movement in terms of going around. Each and every branch has an opportunity. We have tried it in this council, trying to move around and ensuring each branch gets a position, because the challenge, even when we go to round branch visits, every single branch, every single chapter wants an appointment. So to be fair, we'll be putting it on the website so that you can also see the statistics and say, this time this one has gotten, this time this branch has gotten, this time this other one has gotten.
Thank you very much. Peter, and as you answer, we are hearing talk about Wakili Tower. I don't know whether we will be jumping into SGR to come and hold our meetings there. I don't know. What does it mean for us who are still squatting under the roofs of doctors?
Thank you very much, Dr. for the question. Let me be clear. For some of you who have read Merchant of Venice, Shakespeare, I want to say that the prince from Morocco is here. That is myself. I will want to shake the LSK tree. These excuses which council members and the council create so as not to support chapters and branches will be long gone under my tenure. You don't have money, the solution is to give you money. So we must do what it takes to ensure that members of the legal profession in the decentralized level, remember, Mombasa Law Society is one of the oldest law societies. So myself, I promise a structured engagement with branches. For example, on the issue of appointment, we must be deliberate for purpose of inclusivity to have one bar. It is good for the people of Mombasa if I have gone to IDLO and negotiated a rule of law program for training, for example, on a short course, and these opportunities come to Mombasa. Secondly, it is good for the Mombasa Law Society if, as Law Society of Kenya President, I'm able to negotiate working with you for facilities. For example, why is it so difficult for Mombasa Law Society of Kenya to own a motor vehicle? Just a motor vehicle available at Toyota Kenya, and we LSK, we are sitting on more than 500 million. What is wrong with us? Kwani tumelaaniwa? We need to do what it takes to support branches on those structured programs. I'm not saying that I'm going to build the towers, because I have done a SWOT analysis on that tower problem. And the biggest challenge that you face, and the biggest challenge which I might face when I become president, is self-interest in some of these projects. That is why I believe that to get the Law Society of Kenya moving, we need to do what it takes in terms of the LSK president standing on a higher moral ground. Don't have an interest in the business which advocates are contributing money to develop.
Thank you so much, Peter. Caroline, as you answer the question still, there are those who are appointed to committees, like the committees, and they are from Mombasa and other bush areas. And the assumption is always that everyone comes from Nairobi. They have to find their way to the venues of meetings in Nairobi. Further marginalization. What do you have to offer to us from the bush?
Thank you. First and foremost, when I served as the vice president, we looked at this because the committee members were not attending most of the meetings because there is no refund. And I think we came up with the resolution that they could be refunded their disbursements. So that I will intend to enforce through the devolution committee. On the issue of allocation of funds and marginalization, there is an equalization fund established by statute in the Law Society of Kenya Act, and branches do not most of the time take it up. I intend to work with the devolution committee to ensure that that fund is utilized. And I was of the view last time when I served as the VP, and I still hold that view, that we can have these funds disbursed directly to the chapters to avoid the bottleneck on how it reaches our very members in the centers. On appointment, Regulation 86 of the LSK Act regulations, amendment regulations general, allows us to publish to members, to have a register on members serving in different bodies. I intend to make this as the first call of duty if I am elected as a president, to ensure that now members know in this body we have Caroline Kamende from Nairobi, Dr. Deche from Mombasa, so that when we sit again to allocate any vacancy, we do not repeat or give people a second chance. But the most effective way to do this is to remove this allocation of appointments from council. We can have a committee, a standing committee, because to be very honest with you, most council members, and this is not limited to other people other than myself, people go there to reward their friends. So we can take away this aspect of council members appointing members to our bodies from the council members and the secretary, so that we can have a neutral body. Thank you.
Thank you, and we appreciate our candidates.
I wanted to raise a point of fact, if it's possible, through the chair.
Sawa. Let us proceed, please. We appreciate the candidates that have been standing for a while, but now we come to that exciting part we call the crossfire. So you'll have 1 minute to ask your question to any, you can only ask one person that question, and then the person to whom you direct your question to will have 2 minutes to respond. So 1 minute, you don't have to use all of it, and then 2 minutes, and then we can proceed from there.
Thank you very much. Let me ask a question, PMO, my schoolmate. Peter Manyonge Wanyama, you propose to unleash money to branches and chapters, 500 million shillings, which you say is somewhere within the society. Do you realize that funding of the society is hinged on statute and regulations 2020? Are you going to do this through consensus, through a majority decision of council members, or we are going to have another season of experimentation where a president will overrun council and the police would be at Gitanga Road day and night? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bernard, for the question. Bernard, my name is Peter Manyonge Wanyama. I have grown up from the penury as a squatter, an advocate, to be a LSK. One of the problems which Law Society of Kenya faces is fundraising. Law Society of Kenya, however, is at a vantage point where it can actually fundraise for resources. Do you know how much money Law Society of Kenya raised during the annual conference from sponsors, including my own client, East Africa Breweries Limited? They raised money. So the question is, why can't we have an aggressive program of fundraising beyond the existing opportunities, which at the moment are deeply depressed? I raised more than 770 million shillings for the Council of Governors Secretariat. I helped to set up that secretariat, rule of law-based programs, and I know what it takes to build an institution. So my promise to you, members, is that Peter Wanyama is coming on board with strategic ideas, just in terms of fundraising, and I will ensure that this money comes to the branches without creating excuses. I will consult council members. I will lead by example. I will ensure that they are able to understand where we are coming from, that we need to have one bar where members feel that they are part and parcel of it. And the easiest entry point to ensure one bar is to have a decentralized mechanism for financial support that works in a serious, consequential, and comprehensible manner. So I will deliver for members. I will deliver for members without creating excuses. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we can have Mr. Peter Manyonge Wanyama ask a question to the person of his choice.
I will pass that opportunity. I would rather be the one answering.
Thank you. We appreciate you for saving us on some time. So we go to you, Faith. Faith, you can choose who you'd want to ask your question to.
Can I clarify something instead of asking a question?
Can you, maybe you can use that during your closing? Would that be in order? Yeah.
I feel like there are facts that are being said here before the members which are not truthful. And if we don't have an opportunity to respond, members will go with that knowledge, believing that that is the truth.
Yes, you can do that in 1 minute, please. And then you will pass your question, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you.
So first I want to clarify to members, the EABL did not give us a shilling. EABL sponsors in kind. They give you the drinks, they pay for the DJ, they pay for the venue, they count their drinks there. They do not give you a shilling. And we will give to the members the books of accounts. We saved money. And that is an assurance. We have not wasted or spent your money.
They sponsored the tune of 6 million.
Mr. Wanyama, please. Okay.
And secondly, there was an issue brought that there's an interest at the Wakili Tower. If for those who attended the SGM, I chaired that meeting. There's a task force that was sent there by the members the moment we joined council. We set 2 task forces. Mr. Wanyama is in one of them. What have they done in that task force? We have a second task force that performed. They brought the information to members, they're able to table. And so the council does not sit in that task force. There is no interest from any of the council members. And at that SGM, it was very clear that the members would be retiring on a progressive level.
Thank you so much. So if you'd allow me, now we come to Ms. Mboshe. So please, let's have your question. Who would you like to address your question to?
I had one for both, for Ngetich, Faith, and Kamende.
One question to one person. Huh?
All right. I'll pick Faith. I'll ask Faith, when you were council member during Harvey's term, you all made sure that you prioritized yourselves, and that is why when you disagreed, you brought down the Law Society of Kenya and members were unable to get access. What would make members, why should members believe that this time round, when now you will be able to put members' interests first, so that if you were to disagree with other council members, you will not bring down Gitanga Road?
Thank you for the question. Now, when I was a member of Nairobi Rep, if you all remember, at that particular time, there was a question of issues on how do you run a council. The law is clear that council decisions are made by a majority. That is what we did. We agreed as a council. There was a majority decision. And the leadership then decided that they would not abide by the majority decision. And what attests to my commitment is that even I left when I was on maternity leave to come back and fight for the Law Society of Kenya. We served for over 1 year and 6 months without a penny. We were not getting allowances, no checks were being signed. We were not getting anything from the Law Society, but it was the belief and the faith, and I ran the PL committee that worked through and through. All my members will stand and tell you that PIL continued to shine irrespective of the wrangles. Why? I asked them that, what did we ask members to do? We asked our members to give us a chance to serve in this committee to be able to be stellar. And the thing speaks for itself. Members had faith in me. Members brought me back with an overwhelming majority as the vice president. I can attest I've not let you down. These 2 years, yes, we have had disagreements, but you've not heard about them in any media, in any outside forum. I will continue to serve you faithfully and loyally as your loyal servant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we now have the final question from Caroline Kamende Daudi. You can select whom you want to ask your question to.
Thank you very much for that. And I will equally say that all my colleagues are qualified, and I do not wish to ask anyone any question. Mine is to wish everyone all the best.
Thank you very much, candidates. We're moving to the next session, which is open session. You will notice that we omitted asking questions to 2 of the candidates whom we believe are non-Nairobi practicing advocates. So we give this chance to the open gallery to ask questions to those 2 candidates, 1 question each. And we will restrict the questions to members from Mombasa Law Society.
In that case, through the chair, if that was the basis of the disqualification, I practice in Nairobi. I am a Nairobi representative. I therefore would like to respond to that question.
It's on record that you have pledged allegiance as a Mombasa Law Society member, or was that not
I am
correct?
also a member of Nairobi branch.
But you are a member of Mombasa Law Society.
I am a member of both.
Chair has decided, at the discretion of the chair, that you will answer questions from the open plenary from members of the Mombasa Law Society.
That is rather punitive because my Nairobi members
Thank you
would
very
also want
much.
to hear me, but I stand by
Okay,
it.
so we can move to questions. Anyone with a question for the two candidates? No. I can't choose if you're not raising your hands. Let's see how we handle the time. After the first two questions, we'll consider the time and take your submissions. Sorry? The two candidates you're asking the questions to are Harriet and Bernard. First, let's have the first set of questions to those two candidates, and then we'll move to the next set of questions after that.
Sorry for that. We'll get to the other candidates, I believe. So let's have a question to Harriet and KBN.
Thank you very much. My name is Kangogo Fred. I will ask Bernard because I believe you also worked as a counsel with Faith when there were wrangles. And my question is, Faith said that there was a time you people worked for 1 year and I don't know how many months without any penny. And so my question is, are members of, are council members paid? Is it a career sort of? Because why would you consistently want to be in that council? How much are you people paid? Either in allowances, or do you draw any salary? Or what are the benefits that make you still want to be part of that council?
Thank you. I can take another question.
Good afternoon. My name is Wanjiko Ngoshi. I practice in Ruiru, so I'm a member of Nairobi branch. And I have a question for all the candidates vying for the presidency position. My question today is, we have constantly seen that there is a very big gap between the old and the young bar. I want to know from every one of you, what is your plan of bridging this gap?
That is the second question. Any other question? Thank you.
So, because we have, on the basis of fairness, we're going to have Bernard answer the first question that was directed at him, and then Harriet, you will answer the second question, and then we'll go back to the open session for the next set of questions. Please proceed.
How much time do I have, Chair? How much time do I have? Thank you, Kangogo, for the question. I have served as a council member, LSK Rift Valley branch between 2009 and 2014, zero allowance. But there was a time I spent my 20,000 taking council members to Naivasha to meet the Chief Justice, Dr. William Mutunga. I was never refunded. I even bought council members tea. I served for 4 years, 2018-2022, as a council member upcountry category. They refund me that time 14,000 shillings as traveling allowances to and fro Nakuru. There's a council allowance of 10,000 shillings that is paid for all council meetings. So if you attend 12, at the end of the year, you get about 120,000. They say a time of 3,000 Kenya shillings. I think the only other person who gets more is the vice president, who used to get 9,000 airtime or 7, and then 15,000 airtime. The president gets 50,000 per diem allowance when he goes or when she goes out of the country per night. That is outside East Africa. There is absolutely no money that a council member makes from the Law Society. This is volunteerism. you volunteer for a good cause. Look at my track record on public interest litigation on the cases that I have done as a petitioner or advocate for the petitioner, for public good, for efficient and effective courts, more courts in this country. This is actually the last time I am running because the sacrifice and the effort sometimes is overwhelming. Thank you very much.
All right, on the question of bridging the gap between the seniors and the young, I'd like to say that it is extremely important, and this is not something that I'll be starting now as a president, God willing. It's something that I've already started through the mentorship barazas that we run. So the most important thing here is mentorship across board. I would want now to entrench it in, through the Law Society of Kenya, where we empower branches to be able to conduct regular mentorship barazas, which include senior, mid-bar, and junior bar. Also, the Law Society of Kenya, through that particular aspect of devolution and empowerment of branches, will be able to have more in-person engagements. In fact, many young lawyers are telling me they are unable to find spouses because of the virtual sessions and all that, and that their relationships are becoming weak. So the question of mentorship and the question of interaction, bridging not just the seniors, the mid-bar and the junior bar, but also members across board. They have confirmed, moderator, that is the situation, so that is good. So the in-person engagements will be increased, the mentorship engagements will also be increased. I've already tested it and it's working. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kindly, gallery, we are requested to maintain decorum and silence for the period of the debate. So we will take 2 more questions from the gallery that will be answered by all the candidates.
Two questions. I have MC Kitty. First question. We'll have 2 questions, kindly, moderators and any social media forum. Anyone who has a question from the social media forum to kindly raise it up. Kitty.
Thank you, Bwana VC. My name is Kitty. I have a question, and this will be regards to mental health issues affecting colleagues. In Mombasa, we have a non-governmental organization that is known as Mental Health Charity Law Care. And in one of the research, it stated that there's a significant aspect of lawyers feeling stressed, working long hours and difficult relationships between colleagues where they don't feel well supported. I've heard the candidates being asked or responding to a question from the panelists with respect to in-house legal counsel. I want you to expound more because I have an opportunity to also internalize and go through your manifestos, and you are restricting yourselves to the practitioner. I want to hear more in respect to in-house legal counsel. What more do you have to offer? And this is not only with respect to the non-practicing allowances, but mental health issues, issues to do with long working hours and sort of stuff. So let me hear that from the candidates. Thank you.
Thank you. A second question from Jane Onyango.
Thank you. My question is on bread and butter issues. You have all said that you will ensure that advocates get their practicing space back. And Mr. Wanyama has noted that there's an issue of running down almost being taken away from advocates. So my issue is, what have you done now, or are you waiting to be president for you to act? I'm asking, do I continue? Do I answer both questions? All right, thank you. Let me start by answering Mr. Kitty on mental health. When I went around the country as I collected views on the sexual harassment policy, there were very many cases of mental health distress by our members. The first time that we convened a meeting, I requested the council to allow me to establish a medical legal committee And that committee partnered with an institution called Kenzi so that we can roll out mental health clinics across the country. Unfortunately, I was unable to finalize that initiative, so I intend to take up that initiative complete. On in-house, other than standardization of the practicing allowance, mine will be to cushion some of our members against liability. We've seen them being bundled into court for matters or opinions they have given the institutions during or in the course of their duty. And that we have a duty to protect our members. So about long working hours, I will be following up with the in-house committee to ensure that our members have a conducive working environment. Bread and butter from Jane. First, I've already taken one initiative before I'm in office. I filed Huduma case number E030 of 2024 to take back our practice. I intend to do that and to continue doing that through monitoring legislation. I have done that before in that we got back the small claims cases. I have already said that I will initiate repeal of the acts that affect us in the WIBA Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kitty, I agree with you that the in-house council is a big constituency and the issues are more. There are elephant issues. We would start by pushing for implementation of the non-practicing allowance pursuant to the decision of Erastus Gitonga versus NEMA and others, which I know is pending in the Court of Appeal. Some institutions have implemented, some have not. Number two, we want the in-house council to feel to be fully part of the Law Society of Kenya by insisting that the in-house council submits reports to council meetings every month so that we address all their issues. And the issues are myriad. There shall be many issues. We shall address them timeously and have them, where necessary, add in some of our meetings. Over and above that, we need also to engage with the Council of Governors, for the county attorneys, for the lawyers in county assemblies on their terms of service. Going to Jane Onyango, thank you very much. What have I done on practice issues? Number one, I have been arresting and fighting quacks. As we speak today, I have a quack magistrate who is in remand. I have had 2 advocates already convicted. Number two, through the case of Sharon Martha Olili versus CJ Koome and President William Ruto, we are urging that under Article 48 of the Constitution of Kenya, we should have a high court in every county. So far, the CJ has gazetted almost every other part of this country, with the exception of Isiolo and Wajir. Kwale benefited during the pendency of this petition. We are also urging for a magistrate court in every constituency so that we have an additional 146 courts in the remaining 146 constituencies. And finally, in the case of Elvis Odira Nanda versus CJ and Judicial Service Commission, I argued the petition for Elvis, an advocate, saying judicial calendar on seminars, trainings, and workshops should be married with diaries so that course lists are predictable, are certain, and we don't waste a lot of judicial time. I may be allowed to confirm that I engaged Dr. Deche when she served as a commissioner on this issue, an issue I've been pushing. I would make sure the conversation continues. Thank you.
Colleagues, there is something what I call conceptually incongruous about the leadership strategy at LSK on mental health issues. How dare you, as LSK, someone is seeking knowledge on mental health issues. They have problems that they want addressed. And then you set up a CPD and you on mental health, and then you charge for that CPD. You know, we need to be more serious sometimes. Bridge that gap on inclusivity within the bar and to create, we avoid this notion that we are not working for the advocates. So myself, I believe on mental health issues, it's a major, major, major theme that we have to have a robust strategy of engagement. Myself, I've already reached out to institutions, and I believe, because I believe I'm going to be elected the next LSK president with your support, and I've reached out to institutions so that when we attend CPDs, whether you are in-house or outside, You shall never, never pay a CPD, money to attend a CPD on mental health under my tenure. I will do what it takes to ensure that we get funding on it. I make that promise. On this question of protecting practice, let me not underestimate this issue, especially on the issue of running down. Running down, if they take away running down practice, more than 50% of the law firms in Kenya will immediately close. The introduction of a no-fault-based system will kill legal practice. This is something which we need to do what it takes, all of us, in a collaborative framework. If you are a member of parliament, if you know a member of parliament, your boyfriend or girlfriend, father, mother, we need to ensure that we lobby intensely to ensure that we protect that practice. Because they intend to do so, and the persons who are pushing for this initiative have a lot of money. The Association of Kenya Insurance, they have a lot of money, more than billions of shillings, and they can do what it takes to lobby Parliament to take away running down practice from us. That will pose a major, major risk to practitioners, and at LSK level, we need to be more strategic when it comes to engagement, so that we don't let them to take away this practice the same way they did to WIBA, which we are struggling to bring back. Thank you very much.
On the mental health issues, first let me say that the Inua Wakili series had quite a number of free seminars on mental health awareness. The Young Lawyers Committee, run by Byron, had a number of free seminars on mental awareness. The CPD committee has also held several seminars. What I can commit is that we'll have at least monthly, and we'll try to have them physically to ensure that we bring more members to discuss the challenges that they are having. We had the first wellness day that we're able to bring donors and supporters to come and support a free mental wellness day and wellness check day. I hope to devolve the same, that all our members in all the branches can enjoy free health check by the Law Society of Kenya. With regard to in-house, what I would say is I would ensure there is inclusive representation, that the in-house in public sector, in-house in private sector, and in-house that are in counties, both county attorneys and assemblies have their separate committees that they can identify activities that they want to do, how they want to engage with LSK, and the issues concerning them, we can respond to them timelessly. SRC, under the regulations, currently only talk about state councils. I hope to engage with them that they include also other public officers that don't fall within that realm. And also we can start this conversation with our members in the private sector of ensuring that they pay non-practicing allowance. Now, with regards to our bread and butter issues, I would say that the way I would deal with it is on policy. The reality is there is over-competition in the insurance industry. There was a time in Kenya that banks were collapsing. What did CBK governor do in conjunction with Treasury? Increased the base amount for all banks, that it forced mergers. There's a race to the bottom, if you know about the Delaware effect, for insurance companies. And that's why they take premiums as cheap as 1,000 and they're not able to pay. So this is something we'll push through policy, and if not, we also start holding IRA as the regulator accountable, because they should ensure that once they give licenses to these companies that are coming up, then they're able to pay when you get your due in court. AML compliance, we're able to ensure that part of the agreement was that
In terms of the interventions that have been had so far, all of them have been mainly conducted through the national office. It is extremely important that they are devolved. I have benefited from MLS, I have benefited from Nairobi branch. If the mental health initiatives can be devolved, then many more members can attend and many more members can be engaged. In-person engagements need to be increased, as I have said, in terms of even the CPDs as well as other social events, so that advocates are able to meet, so that the issue of interaction can also be addressed. In terms of their demoralization of in-house counsel, you have seen for the longest time, the status on the portal usually reads inactive, even when you have been exempted. As a member of the Audit and Risk Committee, I was able to push, and Council indeed adopted a resolution that if someone is exempted, then the portal should not read inactive, because then you look like a masquerader. It should read exempted and indicate the field if you are working with the PSC or the judiciary. That helps in terms of morale. Also, the PSC, which is the HR function of public servants, and this includes advocates as well who serve in-house in public organizations, I have already started engaging them. The only challenge has been, because I currently co-convene the in-house council, because I am not the spokesperson of the Law Society of Kenya, there is only so much access I can have to champion certain causes. So as your president, I will then be able to take up that conversation so that we can make sure that, even sometimes you have advocates who are in-house and they want to vie, but because they serve in government agencies, then they are sometimes told you cannot do that because you are. So there is the question of HR concerns that are being, our in-house council is suffering from. Those ones, I have started taking them up with the PSC, and I'll continue to do so. The other issue in terms of, we also need affordable medical cover that caters for mental health. Parliamentarians are fewer than members of the Law Society of Kenya, and yet they have better covers. So, that's ideally.
Okay, so candidates, thank you very much. We have come to the tail end of the debate. This is the last section of the debate where you will be given 2 minutes to give your final remarks, make your final submissions, and let us know, if we forget all else, what should we not forget about you and your candidature? We'll start with Ms. Harriet, in that order.
I understand devolution. I am a devolution champion. I want to empower branches. An independent bar is extremely important for the rule of law. You cannot have bread and butter addressed if you have a captured Law Society of Kenya. You cannot push for legislation if the executive and parliament tells you no and you are captured. We have no room for capture as the Law Society of Kenya. We need strategic collaborations that enable our members in terms of reciprocity to benefit. We also need enhanced capacity building initiatives, including making opportunities for advocates. 1,000 jobs in terms of public interest litigation can help many lawyers cross over. In terms of appointment and nominations to boards, it is important that we have an objective criteria. The Harvey Council, which is represented here, collapsed because of those nominations questions. So we need a transparent Law Society of Kenya where our representatives are accountable and members are all able to get fair opportunities. It is also important that we make sure that we have prioritized legislation that protects members, including with respect to WIBA. Judicial officers, places like Mombasa are struggling. We must champion for that. We also need to make sure that we have established advocates desk at law enforcement agencies. Many advocates are being bullied when they go to some of these institutions. They must be protected. It's extremely important that we make all our members feel included. Senior bar, junior bar, media bar, PWDs, everybody, women and men. So we must have engagements, including making sure that we have mentorship barazas and that we continue to collaborate. It is also extremely important that we have equitable allocation of pro bono and pauper briefs. I have confirmed that this is an extremely important concern for many members, and we need to make sure that members are not spending out of pocket. I have helped to increase the amount from 30 to 40,000 and to pay per accused person. Thank you.
You may have heard stories about my tenure in office, but allow me to indulge you. Since I joined the Law Society of Kenya in 2020, the perception was the opposition, Enokia Mtata, were the last hope of Kenyans to defend the rule of law and the Constitution. When I joined as the PIL convener, we've been able to change that face. LSK has a robust PIL division, and we have been able to stand against the excesses of the government. Today, as we debate here before you, What remains underlying is that the young bar is awaiting answers, the mid bar is waiting for opportunities to build their practice, and the senior bar await recognition and respect for the work that they have placed to build the society that we have here today. You need a leader that can work with everyone. You need a leader that has seen all facets of the Law Society of Kenya as an in-house conveyancer, a litigator, and build also the future of the Law Society through the academia. That leader is Faith Moni Aoko Odhiambo. Have faith in faith and vote for me come 29th of February 2024. God bless all the members of the Law Society of Kenya, and I pray that justice be our shield and defender. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for listening to me. My name is, once again, Peter Wanyama. Please, 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 please. I beg, crave, and request sincerely that you elect me as your next Law Society of Kenya president. My philosophy is based on no excuses. I have garnered enough experience in my practice for the last 16.3 years, and I will do what it takes to protect our practice. I will push so hard, whether it is through negotiation, whether it is through soft blackmail, whether it is through the streets. I will push so hard as truly the trade unionist for legal practitioners. This bread and butter issue is extremely important for us. The bread and butter issue interfaces all the other issues. We will also pick up the aspect of the rule of law and do what it takes to ensure that we promote constitutionalism in a structured, comprehensible, consequential, and serious manner. I bring on board fresh ideas, strategic ideas. My colleagues have been at the Law Society of Kenya. They have been tried and failed to deliver on the mandate. It is time to choose fresh leadership. It's a taboo, a taboo. It's actually a taboo. I repeat 3 times, taboo, for us to expect change by electing the same leaders back to the LSK. LSK is not a personal property. You don't go to LSK for career profiling. You go to LSK to serve members. And that is my undertaking to you. I make here today expressly, clearly, and unequivocally that I will deliver for you. I will do what it takes. Once again, thank you very much.
Colleagues, on the 29th of February 2024, very many things will be on the ballot. Corruption, quacks, mercenaries, PC fees, CPD fees, in-house counsel, extravagance, kangaroo courts in the name of Huduma centers. What the Law Society of Kenya requires today, like never before, is a leader of leaders, a team leader, a leader who is tried, who is independent, who is sober, honest, very objective, with a solid track record spanning over 10 years on very germane issues, germane conversation on fundamental human rights, on the rule of law, practice, and various issues. It's time for a keen bar. It's time for a sober leader. It's time for a leader who is tactful. It's time for a leader who is bold and firm. Please vote Kipkoech Bernard Ngetich to be your 51st president on the 29th of February 2024. God bless Law Society of Kenya.
Friends and colleagues, you have seen that I have not said that I will. I have said and told the members with elaborate examples that I have. That tells you that I come with experience, I come with the energy, strength, emotional and intellectual intelligence to serve the society. I have offered selfless and servant leadership before. I intend to continue doing that. I am practical and real. I have not said that I will do this and do this. I have already done that and I continue doing that. I have been tried, tested and proven. I have not failed members with the mandate that they have given me. I understand that a united council is critical for the effective dispensation of the LSK mandate. My track record speaks for itself. My experience tells me that I need a united council, and that is what I will do. I understand the structures of the Law Society of Kenya from my experience and service to members. I am the right person to carry this Law Society to the next stage. I have done that. I have carried the Law Society on my shoulders in the most trying moments, and especially the COVID season. I am that leader that has shown leadership even in times of crisis. Please, on the 29th of February 2029, remember CKD is real, practical, and able to deliver. Please, I will be on top of the ballot paper, Daudi Kamende Caroline. There is a reason I'm number one in that order. Please choose me. I will not fail members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, candidates, for your contributions. Thank you very much for the way that you have conducted yourselves. I must say that I am very pleased. Thank you to the gallery. And with that, the 2024 MLS Grand Presidential Debate comes to a close. And as the candidates take back their seats, we ask the gallery to please show your appreciation for them. You may have your seats as we hand over the program back to the MLS Council.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We don't take it for granted. Asanteni sana. And with your permission, kindly allow me to recognize the presence of those of our colleagues vying for various positions. Kujeni tafadhali. Jina and the position in which you are vying. Kwa dakika kidogo sana. Kindly bear with us. Poleni sana. The AC has been down. Tumeshinda tukiambiwa inawekwa gas. Tusameheni sana kwa hiyo.
Amjambo watu ya Mombasa. Majina yangu kamili ni Ochieng Gor Anthony. Wengine wananiita Ochi Baba. Mimi ndio Nairobi rep ya saa hii. Na tena naomba munirudie. One more will not kill you. I have been tried but not tested. And I think you need somebody who can hold the people together. This thing boils down to character. I mean, can you work with others? No matter how good manifestos I come here, if the council cannot have collegiality, then it's as good as nothing. No matter how new or how old you are in the council. So kindly when then Nairobi rep, Ochiba and two others.
Asante, no speech. Gina, what you are vying for, kindly.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Vincent Gidaiga. I bring greetings and regards from Eldoret, the city of champions. I've had the distinguished pleasure and privilege of serving you for the last 2 years as one of the 4 upcountry reps. Please do not replace that which is not broken. I think I've ran a good one. Consider me for my second and final term as an upcountry representative. Thank you very much for your audience.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Chrysostom Xavier Harvey. I'm the current sitting general member representative. I just want to take this opportunity to thank you very, very much for giving me an opportunity to serve you in council. And I'm requesting you to give me another opportunity to go back to council and finish the job where we've left off. Thank you very much and God bless you all.
Good afternoon, colleagues and friends. Thank you for having us. And as we have had a very engaging conversation here, you must attest and confirm that if we do not have the right generals behind the president, who will be a sober and well-grounded leader, then there will not be sobriety at the society. It's all useless. It will be only 2 years of no progress. My name is Edna Bosibori Arati. I practice in Nairobi. Having had 19 years of experience, I've employed, I've lost work, I've lost revenue through WIBA and other areas, I come to you and ask you to bring evidence into the society, cohesiveness, which is one of the issues that we are having issues with. Kindly elect Edna Osibori Arati for the General Member Representative. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Yes, thank you. I come back to you again as Caroline Hassoa. If you maybe above 10 years, you know I ever served you in the Council of 2014. I actually served with Eric Mutua Council. I served with the current president at some point, Eric Theuri. And there are many good things that council did, but there's also a mistake that council did. And it's good to own up to mistakes. The mistake was the arbitration center. There is no point of me going out of here and then somebody says, Carol, you supported the arbitration center. If you know me, you know my character. I put members first. In that council, Ambrose Weda, Dennis Mosota, Faith Waigwa, and Caroline Hassoa voted no. You cannot peg the practicing certificate to anything. Allow me just half a second to say, I bring practicality, I bring corporate governance. The mistake we have with the current council, we have not done corporate governance. Thank you. Elect me as your general member and you'll be happy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all of you contestants. We wish you the very best. MLS chairperson, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, members. I really do not have a lot to say. Just first of all, we're sincerely sorry. We apologize for the lack of ventilation and air conditioning and everything else in between. We tried to resolve it, but unfortunately, that's a problem that council will deal with the auditorium administrators later on. But thank you for being so patient. You've been such an amazing crowd, very engaging and very attentive. I think as MLS Council, we feel that we have achieved what we set out to achieve for today. I would also love to thank our moderators. They have done a fantastic job. Let's give them a hand of applause, please. I hear you, Eva. I'm done. In that accord, I would wish to call the rest of my council members up front, please, so that we're able to recognize and appreciate our moderators. You guys know it. You know yourselves. Please come down. People are hungry. They're going to get violent.
Ukimaliza kunywa pombe peleka maisha pole pole.
Okay, DJ, I've got this. Thank you. We would like to call up, please, Dr. Mercy Deche. Tell them. Oh, I have to go. Yes, please. So, yeah. Yes, members, if I may, please clarify this. Your clapping is the payment, so clap harder, please. Thank you. If I could please call up Benjamin Joroge. Other way. Evelyn Odongo. If we may please have Brian Okoko. This would be the person that kept ringing the bell. And lastly, we have Letitia Mwavishi. I will now hand over to our Vice Chairman. I think it's about time we go look for some food.
Just while standing, Lillian, come. A brief vote of thanks. Then we request Jane Onyango to come forward, pray for the food. We'll go serve the food down. Then we can have the food. We can come up with our plates.
Good afternoon, members. Mine is to say thank you to all of you for making this possible. We thank the moderators for a job well done. To the candidates, thank you for accepting our invitation and for answering all the questions, even the difficult ones. You did a good job. And I'm sure now the members to decide who is going to be the president and the member to the representative to the Judicial Service Commission. Asanteni sana, and you've not just done this for MLS, but the entire LSK. And those who have participated online, asanteni sana, and God bless you all. Thank you. Yes, and let me not forget our organizing secretary, Mtune. Thank you for organizing this.
I know we said we're going to take a minute, but maybe my council members can just introduce themselves very briefly.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Odoris Siminyu. I'm a trustee with Mombasa Law Society.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Mutune. I'm the organizing secretary.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Jack Moshiri. I'm a council member.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharon Shisia, and I am a council member.
Hi, everyone. My name is Betty Media. I'm a council member.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Winnie Julu. I'm a council member.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bennett Nzamba. I'm the deputy treasurer.
Good afternoon, members. Mutua Mulago, trustee MLS.
Good afternoon once again. Ian Oluochwambi, the last trustee.
Mr. Malibats, who is not around with us, that is Titus Mukunzi, Adala, Titus Mugambi, and my name is Michael Ngure, Rigiji. I deputize the chairperson. Jeno Nyango, for our prayer. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Tuamini na tuombe. Sorry. Yes, let's believe and pray. Mwenyezi Mungu Baba, tunanyenyekea miguuni pako mchana huu wa leo, Bwana, tukisema ni asante Mungu wetu. Asante Bwana kwa kutupatia kikao hichi ambacho kimekuwa cha manufaa katika practice yetu, ili kuweza Mungu kujua na kuchagua viongozi wetu ambao watatufaa katika maisha yetu, katika kazi zetu tofauti tofauti. Tunakushukuru maana ulianza na sisi na umemaliza na sisi.
Tutakapoondoka hapa, Mungu wetu, tunaomba kwamba ukatembee nasi, ukatujalie rehema na neema zako, ukatuongoze katika yale yote ambayo tunaenda kuyafanya. Na hata Mungu, kwa wale ambao wanatafuta uongozi tofauti tofauti, naomba kwamba Baba ukazidi kuwa nao, Mungu wangu, wapatie fedha na dhahabu zote wanazohitaji, Mungu wetu, na pia Mungu wapatie maneno matamu ya kuweza, Mungu, kurai watu kuweza kuwapigia kura. Tunakushukuru Mungu wetu, na hata Mungu kwa chakula ambacho umetuandalia mchana huu wa leo. Tunaomba kwamba ukakibariki kabla tukitumikie, kiweze kutufaa Mungu katika miili yetu, na kiweze kutuleta kwa pamoja kwa upendo. Na ni katika jina la mwanao Yesu Kristo tumeomba na kuamini.
Have a message. Congratulations.
Milk cards.
I have a message.